All right, hello there, folks. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the beginnings of our 4 hours of Imola. We're dealing with a little bit of server issues right now. There's an entry list just so we could do all of the teams and whatnot, and it has given us a little bit of trouble. It's getting worked on right now. Quali hasn't started because nobody can join the server at the moment. So the race is still on. We'll be starting here in just a couple of minutes, but we need to get a couple of bugs worked out real quick. We had to make some last minute changes just before the race started to make sure everything would run smoothly. So if you are in chat, thank you very much for your patience. We really do appreciate it. And we should have qualifying starting here pretty soon. So just hang in there, and I'll bring the action to you guys just as soon as I have it. right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are up and running now. Thank you so much for your patience. We had some classic Kunos problems of the entry list giving us some trouble, but we are up and running. We've got drivers getting warmed up for the last couple of minutes they have before qualifying starts. But I'd like to welcome all of you to Apollo Racing Club's 4 Hours of Imola. We should have a pretty exciting race today. It's going to be in GT4s, which if anybody here has watched me cast before, will know that that is my favorite class of car to watch in this game. Mostly just because the slower speeds tend to lead to tighter racing, and we should see a lot of action. We will be at Imola today, just shy of 4 miles long, if I remember correctly, and it's got a lot of history for being a particularly challenging track. It has claimed the lives of a lot of professional drivers in their time. Fortunately, we won't have any risk of that today. But without further ado, I do want to send a couple of thank yous out. It's very exciting to announce, have a couple of new partners with us for this stream. We recently partnered with Driver61 as well as SimGrid, and then we have our friends over at GridFinder as well who help us out. Driver61, if you guys don't know, big YouTube channel. It's kind of a one-stop shop for all things driver knowledge. If you need help with practicing, lines, training videos, circuit guides. They have just about everything out there that you could find. That's going to be for Driver61. SimGrid, you know them, you love them. If you're looking for daily races, if you're looking for other leagues, this race in particular was advertised up there. SimGrid is a really good place to go look because that's kind of where everybody puts their stuff. And of course, our friends over at GridFinder, very similar vein. You can find just about whatever you're looking for there. There's constant races going on. You can get your sim racing career started whenever you are ready. And that is going to be it for that. But 40 seconds left in the free practice warm-up before we get started with qualifying. Right now we have 23 cars on the grid, and free practice was anything to base what the race is going to be looking like today. It is going to be interesting from start to finish. We have a couple of almost unbelievably quick drivers on this grid, which will certainly be exciting. But as is characteristic of ARC, and one of my favorite things about it, is we have a good spread. So we should have exciting, close driving to be watching everywhere on the track, not just the front runners, which should be fun. If anybody is new to endurance racing, basically how it works is we start a timer. That's when the green flag waves, and the car that completes the most amount of laps by the time that time elapses, they're the winner. So it's not a matter of, slamming through 100 laps as fast as you can. It is 100% about finishing the race. So it really is, it's an endurance race in a lot of aspects. 4 hours is a long time to be focused on anything. And driving is certainly taxing enough to where that becomes especially a challenge. Now, all these drivers will be driving in teams of at least 2. Some of them, I believe, have teams of 4. Those drivers will be limited to 65 minutes in the seat at a time. After that, they'll be required to go swap out with a teammate just to make sure we don't have anybody trying to push themselves too hard, keep things nice and safe and fun. Right now, weather on the track is looking fantastic. It's going to be a sunny day. The track still doesn't have all the rubber on it we'd like to see, but we've got sun in the sky, not a whole lot of clouds, and no wind that is threatening to blow any rain over the track. While that might be exciting for us, that would be a massive frustration for the teams, and so we're hoping not to see any of that. But we should have qualifying starting here pretty soon. I just want to wait to get us over to the game. I want to wait until we actually have people going on qualifying. Right now, we're just waiting for everybody to make their way back into the pits. Chat, how you doing today? If you're out there, say hello. And one last thing that I forgot. I will be leading commentary today. However, I will have several guests that are going to be helping me out throughout the race, just because 4 hours is a long time to go for anybody. So I'd like to introduce Big Bark, one of our drivers from Apollo Racing Club. He was our amateur leader, I believe, for a little while in the GT3 League, also races for our GT4s as well. Certainly excited to have him with us. Big Bark, anything you want to say to the kind folks watching at home? I would tend to agree with you. So I'm just going to get the last couple of things squared away here. We got our cars leaving the pits right now, and we should have qualifying starting here pretty soon. Let me go ahead and bring them into the loop. And I also just realized that I had one of my co-commentators announce himself, and nobody could hear him. So, everybody, I'm going to say it again. Big Bark, one of our drivers for Apollo Racing Club, is going to be joining me in the commentary booth. We'll have a couple of other guests throughout the day, but Big Bark, sorry to make you do it again, but if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself one more time, because I am a professional who knows what he's doing.
Hello, glad to be joining you, Moose. I am Big Bark. I have driven a few seasons here at the Apollo Racing Club, and I'm very glad to be commentating this good race with you tonight.
Yeah, it is gonna be fun. You're gonna look at the leaderboard there just for a second so I can click some things around, and now I should have control of my cameras. Fantastic. All right, so let's find who's the farthest out in front. Actually, I believe it is going to be the cars that we're following right now. We've got Anthony Jones as well as another, what car number is that? 32. Wow, okay, more people showed up. Good.
I believe the first driver to go out is L. Henke in the Mercedes-Benz, number 1.
Yep.
He's just a little bit in front of Anthony Jones in the Ginetta.
I see that. Yep, we're just going to watch these two. So one of these I'm not familiar with, and you're going to have to bear with me, viewers. A lot of new names and new cars here that I don't necessarily recognize, but we're getting ready to start qualifying. This is going to be the first hot lap of the session. We've got Anthony Jones in the Ginetta, who is chasing down that McLaren out in front, coming hard under the brakes into the first corner. Let's grab another camera. We can have this open up. And these two not really giving each other very much room to qualify here. They are treating it like it's the green flag has been waved already for the race. And ooh, already we have an incident back at the last couple of corners there.
I'm seeing 4 or 5 cars showing up as off track.
Ooh, yeah, we've got some people heading into the pits already. That Aston Martin's going to be teleporting back into the pits. A couple of people got tied up in that. Looks like we have another car that just got spun around on the track. All right, yeah, it's already exciting. I can't keep track of all of it. Let's hop back over to Anthony Jones and that other Mercedes. Let's see how they're doing.
What kind of times are we expecting out?
Well, we're going to see a lot of times, but if practice is anything to base what these times are going to look like, they're going to be pretty quick. We had one person, or one team, I should say, rather, that was doing 150s, which is...
In a GT4 car? That is very
impressive.
car
is insane, but Anthony Jones successfully overtaking that Mercedes during qualifying. Absolute madman. But that is going to be important for him getting the time. If he is actually quicker, then, yeah.
It looks like Henke has actually abandoned his left there.
Did he really?
Yeah, he slowed down. He braked. I guess he'll just go for another try on the next one.
All right, and here comes Anthony Jones across the start-finish line here. Just one corner to go. We're going to see, this is going to be our first qualifying lap here, assuming he was able to keep it valid. And he crosses the line with a 151.1. That is now our time to beat. And it is immediately beaten by, oh man, the team in the Maserati of all cars in a 150.1, which is an absolutely absurd time. Got another Porsche coming across the line with a 150.3. And another, oh man, they're filling in real quick. Got Ryan Brown crossing the line with a 152 point something. Oh man, yeah, they're coming in faster than I can keep up with. We got all sorts of cars coming across the line. Let's see.
Up next, we have a BMW. Let's see where our first BMW ends up.
Yep.
2.6 seconds off a pole.
So many cars in this broadcasting app, I'm having trouble keeping track of all of them. But so far, looking like a pretty tight grid. We got a couple of real fast boys up in the top 4, and then the rest of them are all within 0.2 of each other, which is pretty crazy to see this early in. We got a couple of cars leaving the pits right now. And let's see if I can find the number 65 car. We're going to get over there and watch them cross the start-finish line, see what kind of times they're setting.
In the McLaren, and I know you have some experience driving the McLaren. Is there anything you want to talk about with, I believe the McLaren GT4 has something funky going on with automatic brake bias?
Yeah, so Kunos in their infinite wisdom and I actually appreciate this, but they put a lot of care into making sure that the car is simulated about as accurately as is humanly possible. So one of the quirks about the McLaren, the one we're watching on screen right now, is that it has a couple of automated features that adjust things on the fly in real time. Two of those things being brake balance, and I believe the other one is the diff. So in most GT4 cars, while they're generally more restricted in what you're able to do with the tuning of the car, this one just does a lot of it for you. So like the driver doesn't have the ability to adjust the brake balance on the fly. The car actually has a computer that does that for the driver to try and maximize the amount of grip that they're able to get while they're doing crazy things. Which me being the hyper-controlling individual I am, don't necessarily love that about the car, but it certainly can be made to be going real quick around this track. Couple of updated times. Looks like that Maserati is still leading out the field right now, but we have it Porsche nipping at his heels just 9/100ths of a second behind. And that is going to be an interesting couple of cars to watch once we get into the race, see if they're able to keep that pace going. Looks like that second place Porsche is going to put it into the pits, get some new tires, try and set a faster time.
Within 9/100ths of a second, that is incredibly close.
Yeah, that's going to be really quick. And another thing I want to point out right now, our top 8 cars all within a second of our qualifying leader right now.
And that's what you really have to love about the GT4 cars. They're just so close together. It makes for really, really exciting racing.
It really does. And that's only going to get tighter as we get into the race and start to see what these drivers' paces look like with a full fuel load, because that's going to be the big difference between right now and when we get to the race. Got another yellow flag over in the last couple of bends there. I think they just went a little wide off the track, so I don't see anybody stop, so that's good news for them. It's fine. Where's the number? We're going to hop over here. I saw a couple of cars packed up. Oh, no, they were just in a corner, but got Rick Pink here in the BOA Esports BMW here. BMW, a favorite GT4 car between Big Bark and myself. Has a really weird gearbox. First
it has
gear
the gearbox
basically
road
doesn't
car.
exist. Yeah, it has the road car gearbox, so you can basically never have to use it. In fact, it's the only car in the game, I believe, that will allow you to use the pit limiter in second gear, which caught me off guard.
It's so short.
But one of the fastest cars, I believe the fastest one in a straight line. So that horsepower is really going to be showing for the BMW drivers here at Imola. A lot of opportunities to really take advantage of it.
Something really funny about that car. That car is one of the only cars that has a full 7 gears in its toolbox. And yet, as you drive that BMW, you'll find you only use second, third, and fourth gear for 99% of the lap.
Indeed, which, if you're not ready for it, can really catch you off guard. Right now, looking around the track to see if we've got anybody who's going particularly fast against their previous laps here. Looks like we've got in the 991 car, Riley Palmer, currently 2/10 up on the lap in that Camaro. Masculinity overload Camaro, sporting the pink and purple primary colors. You'll love to see it. Currently sitting 6th place, 2/10 up on the lap, coming around that corner. They are 6th place. That 2/10 would move them up into 4th place. Not quite enough to get them on the pole, but potentially quick enough that Aston Martin's going to yield the position to the faster car. Love to see the sportsmanship. Camaro really can't eat those curbs. The GT4s in general. We got another Camaro sideways off the track there. Good little yellow flag scare for our cars on the track right now. Riley Palmer coming down hard under the brakes into these series of corners here. And they are actually now 3/10 up on the lap. Are they going to be able to hang on to it down to the start-finish line? It's now basically a drag race to see if they got a good run at it. Holding on to the 2/10 improvement right now. We'll see if they're able to eke out just a little bit more. There's the 3/10, and when they cross the start-finish line, where is that going to move them up into? That is going to be enough to move them up into 3rd place. They have made their way onto the pole. Certainly going to be happy about that, but they are now going to have D-Jim in the Aston Martin. Currently in the pits right now, just 6/100ths of a second off of that time, is going to be eager to take it back and start off in 3rd place. Let's go ahead and look at Ryan Brown in this Mercedes. I believe we were looking at them earlier in the e-kart. X-Kart Esports. Thank you, CRS AMG here. Right now, 2/10 up on the lap, so yeah, going to post a slight improvement here. And again, the nice thing about the GT4 grids being as tight as they are, that 2/10 is going to be a significant improvement on the grid for them. Still got about half the track left to go. Yellow flag out in front of them, though. Let's see if they're able to navigate that safely. Looks like they were able to get that cleaned up before the Mercedes got there, so good news for them. Oh, cameraman doesn't know what he's doing. Really doesn't know what he's doing. Somebody needs to take the beer out of that man's hand. Anyway, here we go.
So I was just watching the Porsche of El Hanaf, the car is currently P2. They've been unable to take away pole position from that Maserati for 3 or 4 straight laps now. So I wonder if they can just find another 10th somewhere in there and add something of a challenge.
Yeah, because the crazy thing is, that Maserati went faster again. They posted a 150.0, now 2/10 between them and second place. And that is not a... that's not a small gap. As the lap times get faster, it becomes more and more difficult to try and improve the time. That 2/10 might as well be a second. It's going to be...
I think it takes a very brave man to drive 4 hours of Imola without any traction control.
Yeah, so another thing to mention about the Maserati, and why it's probably going to be seeing a lot of camera time here, that Maserati does not have any electronic assistance. It doesn't have ABS, it does not have traction control. So the drivers who are doing this, posting absurdly fast times, are doing all of it with their feet. They don't have any assistance whatsoever, and they are still faster than the entire grid. So they are putting on a very impressive performance. It'll be exciting to see if they're able to hang on to that pace throughout the entire race. Let's see right now, does not look like they're going to post an improvement on this lap time, but the Porsche behind them right now, currently a 10th up on the lap, and they've got a little bit of time to try and make it. They've got one more corner to go to try and eke out another. They've got 2/10 up right now. Are we going to see the improvement that puts them into first place? This might be it, but the time is bleeding away. They got to get across that start-finish line here pretty quick because that 2/10 turns into 1. Is it going to be enough across the start-finish line? And... oh my goodness,
that is ridiculously
they are
close.
9/1000ths of a second off of first place. Ladies and gentlemen, it does not get closer than that. Oh my goodness. What a performance out of the number 7 Porsche sporting that Thrustmaster livery. And I gotta say, blue and green is a good color combination on that car. Absolute insanity. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in qualifying here, and the excitement has been non-stop. Let's see, take a look. We're going to look back at Ryan Brown. Oh, just as they they cross the start-finish line, right when I looked over at them, they post a 4/10 improvement on the previous lap, which moves them up from, I believe, 16th up into 12th. They're going to be certainly happy about that. Big improvement out of that team. Let's take a look here. We're going to move over to Kieran Sharp. We're going to be moving around a lot right now, folks. Once we get into the race, we'll slow down the camera movements a little bit, but we really want to make sure everybody gets their chance to have their good laps shown. So right now we're going to be following Kieran Sharp here in the OTL Racing Alpine. Wow, actually, we have a couple Alpines on the field. Don't usually see that, but you'll love to see it. Right now, 2/10 up on the lap, coming around the second little, or no, that's the hairpin. Hairpin, notoriously difficult corner. You think, hey, that's a big open hairpin, but that single-handedly has ruined more of my laps than any other corner at this track. And they are hanging on to that 2/10 improvement, more or less keeping their lap identical to whatever the previous one was, but that 2/10 improvement is going to put them in pole if they're able to hang on to it for long enough. They got a little bit of traffic out in front of him. Hopefully he's not too much faster than them, or that 2/10 might evaporate. Although, as I say that, the time continues to improve right now. 4/10 up on that lap, and a 4/10 improvement does put them in contention for first place potentially. So let's hope they're able to hang on to that. Aston Martin dives out of the way to allow them to get past. Love the gentleman's behavior there, which I'm sure was mentioned during the driver's briefing that we weren't party to. Coming along the last couple of corners right now. Now half second up on the lap time. Let's see if they're able to hang on to it. If they are, we are going to have a new podium car in the Alpine of all of the cars here. It is bleeding away a little bit, but they are going to be able to hang on to it, going around that corner, carry as much momentum as they can across the start-finish line, and that is going to be an improvement of 3/10, which is going to be enough to put them in third place.
Just 1/10 off a pole.
Lost the last little bit of it in the last corner, but that is all it takes when we're talking about lap times that are this fast. All right, 4 minutes left in qualifying. With just about 2-minute lap times, these drivers do not have a lot of opportunities remaining to try and make improvements on the lap, but something I want to draw attention to right now, our top 12 cars are within 1 second of our race leader, and even more exciting, the entire field behind them is within 1 second of that. So we are going to have a very tight race here at Imola if the race paces stay at the similar level of these qualifying paces. And wouldn't you believe it, that first place Maserati posts another improvement, shaving 6/100ths of a second off, just widening that gap by a little bit to second place, but they post a 150.004. We might even see a 150 or 149 before the end of this, which would just be unreal.
It is just ridiculously quick.
Nearly unbelievable.
I do want to say Anthony Jones, in the only Ginetta on the track, on his last lap, managed to find a good 3 or 4 tenths, bumping him from 14th up to 12th.
Talk a little bit, man, that is such a good livery. Love all the Cartoon Network stuff on there. You love to see it, but a little bit about the Ginetta being the only Ginetta out on the field. It is a left, or no, it's right-hand drive, that's correct. Yeah, it's steering wheel's on the wrong side, which can add a layer of complexity if you're not expecting it, but it also has an engine that is electronically limited, so it has the lowest top speed simply because the makers of the car said so. However, it is very light and it is very nimble, so it does make up for that lack of top speed in the corners and the ability to carry as much momentum as they can. It's almost unbeat in the corners. I think the Porsche is the only one that has the leg up on it, but still impressive.
You will see that car struggle quite a bit down the back straight.
Any crossbows, the chat is asking. It does not look like it, actually. I think we've got everything represented except for the crossbow, and there's another one that I'm not seeing.
I do not see any Audis on the
field right now. Yeah, I don't see any Audis, but we've got everything else. This is turning out to be amazing. Yeah, I bet you they are sweating in that Maserati. Granted, I didn't put very much effort into it, but I was doing a practice session with my friends here when they were getting warmed up for this race. And I tried the Maserati at this track, and I couldn't even make a lap. I just couldn't do it. I don't know how they're able to drive this fast with no assistance. Well, for one, I can't even drive that fast with cars that I know how to drive, but that fast in the Maserati is superhuman. But let's take a look at another driver here for a little bit. We got Tim Walter in the BMW here, currently 4 tenths up, 6-7 tenths. Okay, might even post a 1 second improvement by the end of the lap here, chasing down that Camaro out in front. That's going to be the Camaro of Dan Fletcher and Tanner out in that car. Another couple of buddies of ours here in that Camaro, sporting the American flag on top of an American muscle car. You love to see it, but watching Tim Walter right now, lost a little bit of time in that last corner. Now still a half second up on the previous lap, and it is going to continue to improve. 2 turns left in the lap for them. We're going to see if they're able to improve it some more. Looks like they're more or less handling it well enough to keep their lap time right where it is, but they do get a slight improvement with a good run out onto that straight. Right now, 7 tenths up. They're going to go around this bend, and we're going to see just how much of an improvement they're going to post here with 7 tenths up on the lap, and that is going to move them up 4 positions into 16th, posting a 151.19, which is a solid improvement for that team. I'm sure they're going to be happy about that. Looking around, don't have a lot of other folks doing particularly quick laps. That said, only 30 seconds left in qualifying at this point. It's just going to be, the last couple of folks trying to squeeze out a couple of tenths on their lap. Let's take a look over at
the 978 Camaro of our Cookie is about to cross the line for their first timed lap of the session.
Okay.
Let's see where they end up.
Oh, and I should mention, there's not a vote, but these guys do win livery of the day. It's just undisputed. In the Apollo Rusting Club Camaro, we can't really see it too well from the pit cameras. Maybe we can get it from the other side. No, it's not going to let us, but the texture work that they put into that is absolutely absurd. But we're going to take a look at Gabriel Mangal over here in the Crofty Posting GT4 Fellowship, Aston Martin. coming around the last bend here. We're going to see if they're able to hang on to the lap time that they've got. If it's valid, it's going to be more than a half-second improvement for them. Let's see if they're able to get around there. And with no time left on the clock, they are going to cross the start-finish line and post a 9-position improvement. Absolutely incredible lap out of the Aston Martin team there. I'm sure they're going to be stoked about that. And we're going to take a look at another car that's getting ready to finish up their lap. Right now, we've got 2 minutes left. Technically, qualifying is over. The checker flag has been waved. So anybody out on their hot lap, this is their last opportunity to try and qualify here. So it really is going to be these last couple of cars, and then we will be on the start-finish grid. In fact, let's jump ahead to the 999 car, as they're going to be I think this is their first hot lap. I believe, yeah, it is their first hot lap, so this is going to be their only opportunity to try. No, they've got one time in. So this is going to be their last one, but they're going to be the first of the last cars to cross the start-finish line here, coming around the last 2 bends, and I'm going to try my best to try and click to all of them. Little update on that, the last car we were watching, the 155 car right now, almost a second up on the lap. And you can see them coming around that last corner in the background there. Let's see what this BMW is able to do. Did they post an improvement? They do not. Must have been validated somewhere. Let's take a look at Adam Graveson here in the Aston Martin. Crosses start-finish line and makes a 4-position improvement, moving themselves up into 22nd place. Sure, they're going to be happy about that. We're going to hop over to the 69 car of the Onid Racing teams. Another one of the big leagues over here in the Americas. Consistently talented drivers here, and they are going to be the last one to cross the start-finish line. The session has ended, and it does not look like they made a positional improvement there, but that is going to be qualifying, folks. In just a couple of minutes here, this screen will go away. We'll be looking at the we'll be looking at the starting grid, and we'll do just a little course walk just to see all of the liveries. Quite a bit of custom liveries out here on the field. We'll be seeing most of those today. Anthony, oh, that's A. Jones in the chat. I missed the tire window for the last lap and lost 0.4, but 159 isn't half bad for the Ginetta. Any lap time that quick is not half bad for the Ginetta. Definitely have something to be proud of there. But let me go ahead and we're going to do a little shenanigans.
I just want to point out that our top 11 drivers in qualifying are all within 1 second of pole.
Which is absurd. All right, we're gonna do a little camera work here. Let's take a look at the start-finish grid. Sorry for those of you who have motion sickness. It's also gonna lag a little bit, but we're gonna go from start to finish. We got that Maserati, Porsche. Look at all these beautiful cars. That's something I love about ACC. There are very few sims that look this good. Just look at that. 31 cars by the time we finished up. We started with 23. A couple of people trickled in at the very last second, which you love to see. The fuller the grid, the more exciting the racing is going to be. But
I'm very happy to see so many BMWs out here.
Yeah, I know you are. Number one BMW fanboy in the commentary booth with me today. Yeah, the America car is pretty good. But this is the back of our field. Let's do one more. We're going to walk right up the middle of the cars here. I'm just trying to keep things fun while we wait for the race to start. We've got 1 minute and 40 before the cars are allowed to start moving. Let's slow it down just a little bit. And once we do that, we'll do the pace lap. It's actually, I learned not too long ago that it is not a formation lap because they don't start from a standing start. They just kind of roll across the line when the flag waves. So it's a formation lap, or a pace lap, excuse me.
I never knew that either.
Yep. I've been saying it wrong this whole time. But that is going to be our starting grid. Man, look at that. This guy has such a good view. Look at that. It's a thing of beauty, folks. It is a thing of beauty.
That's got to be some sort of dream job right there.
Yeah, I know, right?
Front row seats.
We were talking about this a little bit while we were waiting for the server issues to get sorted out, but he and I both would just love to be a part of the crew at a racetrack. In fact, you recently got to have a almost once in a lifetime opportunity while you were out of the country. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, I was last weekend. I was at the Formula One race at Zandvoort in the Netherlands. It was an unbelievable experience, and there is just something about seeing those cars in real life that just gets lost in translation on the television. I highly recommend it to anybody if you ever have the opportunity to go.
I still think the funniest thing about that whole of the videos I saw and the pictures you took was that the only thing that the crowds cheered for, given the country they were in, was Max Verstappen.
Yeah. It was, being with 70,000 other crazy fans who are lighting up orange smoke flares, just getting drunk and having an all-around good time partying at the stadium was just an unbelievable experience.
I am extraordinarily envious. There's also so I'm from the Portland area. There's also an IndyCar race going on right now up at Portland International. Not able to make it myself this year, unfortunately, but that is also quite the experience. IndyCar is the closest thing to real car racing we have here in America, so it's always a treat when you get to go see that. And you can feel the rumble of the cars in the stands and in your chest. It's just a magical experience. But
Moose, this corner coming up right here on their pace lap, I think is the most crucial corner on this whole track. I think you can make up to half a second on this turn alone, just depending on how much speed you can carry through here.
And that really is the name of the game in GT4 racing. A reminder for everybody, a GT4 car is essentially a street car that's been tuned a little bit and had all of the weight taken out of it. So we're essentially racing street cars here, just fancy ones. And because of that, as a result of that, they don't have very powerful engines. So GT4 racing is especially exciting because it really is a bravery challenge. The key to being fast in one of these is being able to control the car while throwing it through the corners as fast as you dare. Unlike their GT3 counterparts, they can't really accelerate away from them. So minimum corner speed is something these drivers are going to be focusing on intently for this entire race, because that is the difference between a fast and a slow lap, like Big Bark was saying there. But yeah, about halfway around the pace lap here, and it looks like actually we have a couple of cars, we're going to call them mechanical failures on the starting grid, are going to be starting from the pits. That does happen, unfortunately. Fortunately, Kuno's kind of fixed it. It used to be that they started a lap down. Now they start on the same lap. They just leave after everybody's crossed the start-finish line. But yeah, we do have a couple of folks in the pit lane. Who knows, maybe the car didn't start, forgot to put gas in it, last-minute tuning changes they couldn't do on the grid. Things do happen. But we've got just a couple of corners to go here. Pretty soon we should see the cars line up in double file. And sure enough, that is what we're going to see them start doing now as we get ready to start our race here at Imola. I want to take one more opportunity to thank our partners. We've got Grid Finder, we've got Driver61 and SimGrid. To anybody who's watching from those organizations, thank you very much for partnering with Apollo Racing Club. And to all of our viewers, everybody who's going to be watching this with us, we've got 4 hours of excitement ahead of us, and we're about 30 minutes of excitement in, and it is certainly not going to stop anytime soon. And we should have a race on our hands in a little bit. Just rolling up to the start grid here, coming around that last bend. And one last look at that leading Maserati right there. We're going to be watching the top three because it is going to be exciting for this entire race. Let's make sure we're paying our Helicam camera operator. Let's take advantage of that, and we should have a green flag any second now. And there is the green flag waved at Imola to kick off this 4-hour race, and it is now a drag race down to the first corner. We're going to see them go single file. First and second, third and fourth are going to fight double file, try and get too wide through this chicane, which can be tricky. Let's see if they're able to keep it clean, nice and respectful. And the cars behind, we're going to go a couple of cars back and keep an eye on that. A lot of traffic right there. Two cars are going to make contact there, the McLaren and the BMW in the back, but it looks like we make it through the first two corners relatively incident-free. Let's take a look at our race leader in that Maserati up towards the front. Oh man, the leaderboard is all sorts of jacked right now because of the splits, but there we go. Maserati is making a runaway with that Porsche trying to track them down, but it looks like the excitement is going to be behind third place, as that is where the majority of the pack is. Let's go ahead and make sure we keep them on camera for as long as we can. Coming around the hairpin, still keeping it nice and clean. Love to see it. Cars are now single file instead of double file, so we should start seeing some racing here going on. But right now, the name of the game is just surviving the first couple of laps. That Camaro is coming around that corner, looks nice and tight. Let's take a look at our race leader here. He is just pulling away from the rest of the crowd. He is actually probably in the easiest place to start this race. Doesn't really have to worry about too much, has clean air, can just focus on running his laps, coming over that hill. Let's try and keep it on that shot for as long as we can as we watch those cars just thunder over the hill. And what a sight to behold that is. Try and keep it going for as long as I can keep the pack on screen. All right, that's going to be as much as we get out of that, but we're coming over the chicane. Some nice corner cutting there. Nobody's spinning the car around, which can certainly happen. If you catch it just wrong, you can wheel it around. But there we go. And we should have the first lap done here in just a little bit. We're going to watch our race leader come around the corner. That Porsche does seem to be closing up the gap just a little bit. And we are going to see our first lap here at Imola. Look at all those cars in the background. They're just like we expected after watching qualifying. They are keeping it nice and tight, and that is going to be our first lap done by the race leader in that, wow, Maserati. There's so much happening, I can't really keep up. Whoa, the Camaro in the background just hopping across the track, cutting off another car, and we're going to see a bit of a race coming down here into the first corner, and we are going to have some traffic. One lap down, and they are still bunched up. Oh, and they're getting really close to each other, too wide through those corners. And it can't be expressed enough. While they are pushing these cars to their limits, they are also pushing their bravery. But look at how tight the pack of those cars is. We're going to hop into the Helicam as we come into the other corner. This is the one we were talking about earlier, where it is so important to keep the minimum corner speed up. Oh my goodness, the Camaro hops the back tire up and skips across the track. That is going to allow that Mercedes to try and make an attempt on the outside. He bumps the rear quarter panel. Fortunately, that contact is minor. We don't see any spins because of that. Sure, the Camaro is happy about that. The Aston Martin almost pit himself, but now that Aston Martin is going to lose a little bit of time, and he's got that Alpine right on the rear bumper there. He's going to be looking to make an overtake here on the next corner. Let's take an eye on that. That Alpine, very light, very nimble, is going to be able to outpace that the Mercedes. I keep wanting to say McLaren. I'm going to call it the AMG for the rest of the race, because that's going to be easier to remember. They're keeping it nice and tight, and if you look at the map over on the right-hand side, these cars are still really tightly packed together, which is what you love to see. You can see the that Ginetta, the one Ginetta in the entire race back there, chasing down an AMG with an Aston Martin behind him. But still, the race is 100%. It looks just like it did when it started. These drivers are still right on top of one another. And I'm going to check my DMs here just for 1 second. I got a message here I need to take a look at. There we go. Okay. Everything's fine. Just had to make sure we didn't have anything going on right now, but we are going. Let's take a look at the back of the pack right now, because the front is kind of starting to space out a little bit. We're going to watch Roadside Cookie here in the Apollo Rusting Club Camaro, and we're going to watch this guy specifically because I want to look at the livery, because of how much work I know is put into it. Look at all the texture work that they put into that Camaro. It is a thing of beauty. I race in the GT4 League here at Apollo Racing Club, and I'm honestly considering switching cars just so I can run that livery. It looks so good as they come down into the first corner. And he's going to keep it nice and clean, taking just enough of that corner to keep the speed up, and he's going to filter through there just fine. One thing to mention about these GT4 cars, they basically have street suspensions. They're not quite as rigid as their GT3 counterparts. They really can eat those curbs with very little consequence. They can kind of just roll right over them, and the Camaro is notorious for being able to do that better than most of the other cars in the GT4 grid. Let's hop up. We got a couple of folks. We're going to look at Derek Stack here in the Owned Racing BMW. Currently a second up on the previous lap and is making an improvement on the field. I believe they started a couple of positions back, and they are already making their charge up there. Owned has a good reputation of having a good pedigree of driver here, so it'll be exciting to see how they're able to do. Derek Stack I've raced with myself. Very, very fast. The only time that I was able to keep up with him was at Kyalami a couple of seasons ago. And he lost me everywhere else. A little bit of hiccups there, folks. Basin Racing, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to our 4 Hours of Imola. Right now we are 3 laps in, 3 hours and 54 minutes left in the race. And we are, it is still tight. In fact, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the start, or the top of the grid here, because they are starting to tighten up a little bit. That Maserati pulling away, but not by very much, with that Porsche still keeping him within eyesight. Right now running with, it's gonna be.
He's holding him at bay. He gained about 4/10 on that Porsche over the last few laps.
Which, to be able to gain any time in that Maserati, dude, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
And especially in an endurance race, you don't have any ABS, you don't have any traction control. Like, you really got to do a very good job of making sure your tires stay happy if you want to keep up that pace. Because it's one thing to be quick across a single lap, but it's another thing to be consistently quick while managing your tires and fuel wear.
Yeah, no, and that really cannot be expressed enough. That's probably, I mean, aside from being able to stop the car nicely with ABS, I mean, the biggest thing is that it really saves your tires under braking because you're not worrying about, locking up your tires or anything like that. Tire wear is something that is going to play into this race, with drivers usually doing at least a 1 hour stint with no stop in between that. They really got to, I mean, 1 hour isn't tough to do on tires, but when you're talking about, the mental fatigue that comes around from participating in a race for 4 hours, you really got to be on top of your stuff. Way to drop an advertisement for Rusty's for those cars. Yeah. But 3 laps in, and it looks like we've had no major incidents, at least nothing that I've caught. We've had a little bit of rubbing as racing, but that is just GT4 racing, and the nice thing about these cars, because they're not very aero dependent, those little bumps don't really have that much of an impact on the driver's ability to get the car around as fast as they want, so little scuffs like that aren't as consequential as they are in their GT3 counterparts, which certainly allows these drivers to be a little bit more aggressive than they would if they were racing the other cars. Let's see. I'm gonna try.
That Aston Martin in 5th place is really trying to put a move on that Alpine right ahead.
Yeah, he really is, especially under braking going into that hard left-hander there. Got right up on that rear bumper, so we're going to keep an eye on this battle for 4th place, excuse me. Let's see if they're able to make anything exciting happen. They're going to go hard on the brakes. Is he going to try on the inside? Does not look like it, but he definitely has more speed entering that. Ooh, a little bit of server lag, making that looking a bit more exciting than I'm sure it was for the drivers. But now that Camaro, not a great series of corners for that Aston Martin, because that Camaro is right on his rear bumper now. Contact still avoided. Yeah, that Camaro wants to get around him, and the Aston Martin wants to get around that Alpine. And it's tough for me to pick a spot to go watch, just because there are tight battles everywhere on this track right now, folks. It really cannot be stated enough.
I think the battle for 10th is worth taking a look at.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the battle for... Oh my goodness, yeah. Okay, all right, we found the drivers. All right, we got Tobias Sontag in the Lightbird Motorsport AMG at number 3. Sporting a German flag right there. Driving their AMG. Oh, the Ginetta's going to maybe try something on the outside here. Oh, he gets really close there, but judgment keeps him from trying to make an odd move on the outside there. But that Ginetta is right on the rear bumper of that car. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at that from our driver's perspective.
Look, giving him a little peek, heading into the chicane, with Tux right in behind, not making his move there.
No, and
that's probably for the best with 7 or 8 cars right around them.
Well, this looks like the AMG is going to get the best out of that chicane. Really just makes a good gap to the other cars behind. See how long he's able to hang on to it. Let's take a look at the Ginetta of Anthony Jones right behind as we come around the final corner of the track. And man, look at that grid. Look at all those cars, man. This is fantastic. This literally could not be going any better. 10 minutes into the race, and we still have almost 10 cars stacked on top of one another. And the slower cars not very far behind, which is not something that you see very often here. Ooh, that Onid BMW is going to make the move on the outside and gets the overtake on the Ginetta. We'll see what Anthony Jones has to say to answer it as they come into the first corner hard under the brakes. And he's not going to be able to make a move on the inside, but he is certainly going to be getting close to that BMW. Ginetta getting loose around the outside. That was not just server lag. He really was hopping that corner over the curb. But the BMW with the straight line advantage is now in the part of the track where he's going to be able to capitalize on that and get away from the Ginetta. And hopefully that BMW...
In that battle, you can really just see the differences in the philosophy between the Ginetta and the BMW, how easily the BMW was able to overtake that Ginetta on the straight, but look how much time Anthony Jones is starting to gain back on him through this little bit of a windy section, Sector 2, Sector 3.
You know, and it really can't be stated enough that Ginetta's strength is being able to get through corners faster than just about any other car. But yeah, like Big Bark was saying over here, you know, that top line speed is going to be a problem for the Ginetta. Once it shifts into 6th, the other cars are faster. It doesn't matter which one, but 6th gear is, you just feel sad when you're driving the Ginetta because you know that's when other people are going to pass you. But this battle for 10th, spacing out a little bit, you can see the McLaren and the Aston Martin there behind. Or is that... No, it's two Aston Martins behind her chasing each other down, but Anthony Jones is going to make a lunge for that position going into the chicane. That's going to be the one place he's going to be able to do it. He's going to have another opportunity here. There's a hard braking zone into that left-hander that starts the last two corners of the track, and we will see if he makes the attempt there. Hard on the brakes, you can see that nose dip into the corner, and he is gaining just inches on that BMW. Let's see if he's able to make anything happen in the last corner. He is getting closer, but now he's at the part where the BMW is going to lose him in the straight unless he can lock in behind him and get the draft, which it does look like he's going to be able to do. And we're going to see if it's going to be enough to be able to hang on to him. Oh, but as they come around the corner, you can see just how much that gap opens on the straight. You can really see the difference between each of these cars, which is what makes GT4 racing so interesting. Is yes, they're homologated, meaning they all have to meet certain performance standards, but there really is a ton of character difference in these cars. But let's take a look here. Looks like we have.
Let's take a look at the battle for third place.
For third place,
because it's starting to heat up a bit.
Yep, sure enough, it is. We've got
about 4 or 5 cars I can see in contention.
Yep, we've got
and Sharp has been all over Rams for the last 4 or 5 corners.
Good to know. Yeah, Javier is going to need to be really careful because Kieran Sharp in the OTL Racing Alpine is chasing down a Porsche. That is not something you see every day. But yeah, right on that bumper, and let's hop on the wing cam here. Oh, I'm on the wrong car. Let's do that. There we go. And we're going to watch this battle unfold from the rear-facing camera on this Porsche. And you can see just how close these cars are. And they're going to be pushing 200 kilometers an hour in some of these straights, and still, it does not even phase them. In the early stages of this race, just 13 minutes in, and these drivers are treating it like they've only got 10 minutes left in the race, and if they are able to keep that up until the end of the race, man, we are going to have our work cut out for us, Big Mark.
Absolutely. A little bit ahead of the pack, first place Maserati and second place Porsche seem to be happily running off into the distance.
We're running out into the sunset. All right, now the Porsche should have the advantage on the Alpine in a straight line, but as you can see, that draft really is helping the Alpine to stay glued to that rear bumper. He is closing the distance, and they're going to come into turn 1 here pretty quick, and I almost don't want to move away from the camera. He's looking on the outside. Is he going to try it? Oh, he looks on the inside. Is he going to be late on the brakes and go for the dive? No, he is not. He's going to decide better and make the race last a little bit longer for him and his team. Filter in behind single file going through that corner. Maybe have another opportunity at the next S here. When you can see, oh man, geez, they are keeping those cars just right on top of each other. That Aston Martin not very far behind, and the Camaro not very far behind that even. And you can see them just trying to look on the inside and outside of each other. They're driving on either side of the track, just looking for any opportunity to try and get around. But that is the thing. It doesn't matter if you're a little bit faster. In GT4s, you have to be a lot faster to try and get around another car. Either that or just wait for a mistake. And you know, when we're talking about drivers who are putting in lap times this fast, mistakes are going to be few and far between. So really, it's going to be on the cars behind to try and make a pass happen. And that Porsche of Javier Ranz not making it easy for the Alpine behind. We have a little bit of a...
And the Porsche is one of those GT4 cars which is just, it's very strong at every aspect of every track. In my opinion, I think it is by far the strongest GT4 car. There's only 1 or 2 tracks where it doesn't have a significant advantage as that Alpine goes off track with the chicane there.
Yeah, Alpine misses his braking marker, but knows to steer to the inside rather than trying to make it around the corner, avoids an incident there, but does allow for Javier Ranz to kind of run away for a little bit, and it is going to cause a problem for the cars behind now because they're going to have to meet the pace of the Alpine. Oh man, as they go too wide around that last corner there, Aston Martin on the inside, Camaro on the, or other way around, Aston Martin on the outside, but let's come on, camera, keep up. There we go, and it's going to be a drag race down to the first corner. And I'm not sure which one of them has the advantage here, but that Camaro definitely has the better line coming into the first corner. We're going to see what happens here. And they're going to go hard onto the brakes there, and they're going to filter. They're almost not sure what order they're going to go through there, but the Aston Martin is going to be right on the bumper of that Camaro. Is he able to get the better exit coming out of that series of corners? Does not look like it. Camaro is going to be able to hang on to it, and that is going to be a successful overtake for that Camaro. Aston Martin does not look like he's happy about it. He's going to try and answer that by getting around, but the Camaro does take a little bit better. Oh, gets loose on the back end, but the Aston Martin goes off track, and that is going to be a big mistake for him. Uh-oh.
He might even lose out to this car now.
Yeah, might lose out to that. Oh, and there's contact on the inside. Almost another hit there from the AMG trying to get around as well. that is going to be an unfortunate couple of corners there for the Aston Martin. Now has some work to do to try to fight his way back up to the battle for third place, which, as it looks like right now, that Porsche in the that Porsche of Javier and Kieran in the Alpine behind, more or less on their own now. Let's take a look at another battle that's unfolding back here for 10th, or 11th place, it looks like, if the map is anything to base this on. It does look like it's kind of what happened, and not as close as some of the other battles on the field are, though. I mean, I'm trying to get around so we can see a little bit of everybody here. There we go. Yeah. This will be good to watch. We got a little battle for 13th going on right here. Gabriel Mungal in the Aston Martin, followed by Jacob Blizzard in, what is that? That is another Aston Martin. Then we got the Camaro of Steve Fletcher and Jake Harris in the number 25 Aston Martin. A lot of Aston Martins on the track today.
It's a very good car. It's got a nice Mercedes engine to it. It's just nice and easy. It doesn't complain too much. It's a car that it just does whatever you tell it to. I think for endurance racing too, it's also really good on fuel. It's really good on tire wear. I don't think you can find many better cars than that one for a 4-hour race.
Especially if you're just looking for something that's just going to get you out around the track and do what you want it to do. It's a very predictable car to drive. It very similar to its GT3 counterpart. Oh, we got a yellow flag somewhere. Oh, just
car number 17 of Ashley, right before the start-finish line. But looks like they have everything under control.
Good. Fewer incidents, the better.
Looks like we're starting to see a bit of a battle for 18th place between Walter in the BMW and Cookie in the Camaro.
Yep, I see that. I'm gonna go ahead and put the camera back over there. A flat spot racing BMW seems to have a little bit of paint scraped off of the passenger side there. Definitely means there's been some close racing there. But yeah, that Camaro of Roadside Cookie is going to be looking to get around him. That is going to be a tough car to pass. As we were talking about earlier, the Camaro or the BMW really does have a lot of straight line speed, but that Camaro does too. We're going to see if that that supercharged V8 is able to get around that BMW. He's going to have to try really hard and get brave and try and push it around those corners because he is not going to be able to keep up with that BMW in a straight line.
Oh, and you can just see like the lack of any air on that BMW as it struggles to get around that corner cleanly.
Yep. Ooh,
that is a car that wants to go in a straight line. Do you know if going wide at Aqua Minerale counts as a track warning?
It certainly can. As we 15-second penalty handed out to the number 13 car. Actually, the one that we're watching for a collision earlier. That might explain
so that explains
the paint that's been scraped off. Yep. But as I was saying, yeah, going wide there at Aqua Minerale can absolutely result in a track penalty. Assetto Corsa can be a little weird at handing those out, but just depending on whether or not it determines if you gain time or not. Yeah, usually that will be a track limit penalty.
That's such a tough corner in these cars. Just nailing both apexes and like trying to get a good run up until that final chicane without going wide. You can really feel the lack of downforce in these cars.
Ooh, and okay, sorry to cut you off there, but we got two Porsches drag racing down the front straight there. And the number 95 car out in front actually almost pushed that Porsche behind a little bit off the road. I'm not saying that was what they meant to do, but certainly left it so that Porsche behind couldn't get around on the outside. Good defending there. They kept it nice and clean. But we're going to watch this race a little bit because now we've got two of the same car that are going to be tracking each other down here, coming around that second S there. Both of them taking it more or less the same. Let's see if anything happens here at the hairpin. That car behind takes a little bit wider of a line. Might mean they have a better exit going down here. We're going to see once they get going. This is uphill, so having a good exit through that hairpin is very, very important because as we were talking about earlier, these cars really don't have the ability to accelerate very much, but it does not look like it was enough for him to get around that 95 Porsche out in front. 95 Porsche runs a little wide there, and that is going to allow that Porsche to look up the outside. Let's see which one does what. They're going to go too wide through that corner. The outside line is going to be slower, but he might be able to cut it back in to get the better line coming up the hill, coming through here in Aqua Minerale. But it does not look like it's going to be enough. Oh, but I don't know. The camera's cutting over like just the worst time. Yeah, he's peeking on the inside. He might go for the dive on the chicane here. Not going to do it. Filters in behind. Thinks better of it. Definitely the smart decision because you never know if the other car is going to be looking for it. And it looks like the battle for 21st is going to rage on.
Heading back up to the top of the field, looks like Rands and Sharp in that Porsche on the Alpine are still bumper to bumper fighting for third place.
Yep.
But the other guys in fifth and sixth have seemed to have fallen off a bit.
Yeah, and we will take a look at that. Oh, my goodness. We've got some action going over here. It looks like 95 was trying to break a draft, but now he's got a Porsche on the outside. Let's see what he does going into the braking zone. That Porsche on the outside has to dip out off the track to try and avoid a collision there. The 95 car really squeezing him there. And that is going to be a pretty big time loss for that Porsche behind. Excellent defense there by the Porsche out in front. Roadside Cookie, you can see we were watching earlier, is pulling away from that pack. Let's go ahead and take a look at that battle up front here. We've got Anthony Jones has an Aston Martin right on the rear bumper, and you can see 3 cars back there fighting for position. We'll see if that Aston Martin's able to make anything happen, but like we were talking about earlier, that Ginetta is going to have a lot of an advantage through corners exactly like that, where it's low downforce, medium speed corners is where that Ginetta is really going to excel. And you can see it as he is just lurching ahead of that Aston Martin through the corners, but that Aston Martin is going to be faster anywhere where he can accelerate past 6th gear, which is most of the first sector of the track. So we'll see if they're able to hang on to this order for very long. Anthony Jones definitely has his work cut out for him. But anybody who's been watching Apollo Racing Club long enough knows that we are talking about a very talented driver here. But just 2 corners left in this lap. We're going to see if any overtake happens here. And then we got another battle right now that is involving for 4th place between Kieran Sharp and Riley Palmer that we're going to want to take a look at here pretty soon. Depending on if anything happens.
It looks like we have our first pit stop of the race as the 102 car filters out back into 31st place.
Interesting.
So
That's early.
It's an early pit stop. So something must have gone wrong for them.
Yeah, it could have been damage from the aforementioned collision that resulted in a penalty for the number 13 car. But something to note, that Alpine's no longer in 4th place. There was an overtake that we just missed, it looked like. Kieran Sharp in that OTL Racing Alpine is able to get around the Porsche and is now sitting in 3rd place. We'll see how long he's going to hang on to it, because that Porsche is certainly going to be eager to take that back from him. And as you can see, really not giving that Alpine any room to think. Definitely staying right on the rear bumper, making sure that Alpine just has to focus on defending rather than trying to get away from him. The mental game is going to be important here when we're talking about a 4-hour race. And we're already 24 minutes in.
You've driven the Alpine a few times. What are some of your thoughts on that car? I personally found it a very easy car to drive. I don't know if it's necessarily the fastest, but it's very similar to the Aston Martin. It's just a car that did exactly whatever you told it to. I was very comfortable driving that car.
My thoughts on the Alpine are kind of similar to my thoughts on the Camaro. Is clearly it can be very fast. It just does not suit my driving style very much. It has I think it's probably got my favorite gearbox out of any of the GT4s. It feels maybe the Ginetta as well. Feels the closest to the GT3s, where the spacing between the gears is just kind of feels natural to me. But the way the car is balanced, the way it wants to take corners, never really clicked for me. But as we can see, as much as I want to knock it, clearly it is fast when it's in the hands of somebody who knows what they're doing. Here in Sharp right now, let's see, that last lap was a 151.8. So just a second off of his qualifying pace, which is absolutely absurd. And something I want to point out as well, that the number 500 car, the Maserati, best lap of the race so far was a 150.6. So only 0.6 off of their qualifying pace. So they are still going unbelievably fast. And if you look at the map over there in the left or right-hand side of your screen, you can see the number 500 car at the bottom of the map. It is starting to grow a little bit of the gap to 2nd place, but the battle for 3rd is raging on. That Porsche is going to look up the inside on this S, does not have the room to make it happen. Or not the S, excuse me, the hairpin. But we'll see what happens coming around. It's not looking an overtake's going to happen right there. But a little bit of a gap developing between those 2 cars. Looks like the Porsche had a rough couple of corners there. So let's look around the track. We've got a bit of a battle for 7th place, it looks like right now, behind this like and subscribe AMG and the Aston Martin right behind it of Jim, number 71. And again, man, look at how close these cars are getting. Literally bumper to bumper there, just inches between the 2 of them. I'm surprised there wasn't contact, but let's see what happens as they come into this hard kink right here, Aqua Minerale. Still just locked onto that rear bumper here, coming up the hill into the final chicane of the track. We'll see if anything happens here. Let's take a look at the helicam, get the top-down view so we can watch the distance between these 2 cars as they come around the chicane. It doesn't look like the Aston Martin's going to try anything there. It is a pretty difficult spot to try and overtake unless you really, the car in front makes a mistake or you really get it just right. but this battle is going to continue.
Is the Mercedes GT4 also a rocket ship like its GT3 counterpart?
Not to the same extent that the BMW is, but yeah, it certainly excels in a straight line. Which the Aston Martin sharing the same engine as the AMG, it does gain a little bit of that advantage, although not quite as much as the Mercedes. Interestingly, we got chat saying we need to look at the battle for 14th. Let's take a look here. There's 14th.
I wonder why.
Oh, we've got the Camaro chasing down the Aston Martin out in front. Not quite as tight as some of the other battles, but it looks like he's going to try. Oh, it looked like he almost kind of wanted to make a lunge up there to try something in that first corner. Not quite able to make it happen. Not close enough for that attempt there. But in a couple of laps, you never know, that gap might get a little bit smaller, as it certainly is behind. Let's actually look a couple of cars back to the number 87 Porsche here. Has a BMW right behind him trying to take that position away. And this is what I was talking about during qualifying, folks. We've got battles everywhere, and it is really difficult to try and keep track of all of them, because there is excitement to be seen everywhere, both at the highest level of driving, which we're seeing out of our first place driver right now, and then everything in between. But Ian Hall really doing a good job of keeping that Porsche nice and wide, not really allowing that BMW to try and make any moves here. Well, it certainly looks like he wants to. You can see him making the lunges in between corners. Might have the pace in the mid-speed or in the middle of the corners, but not really able to make anything happen there. But as you can see, knows he's able to capitalize on that straight line speed we were talking about earlier, and tried to look up the outside before getting to the chicane. Just does not have enough time to make anything happen there, and compromised his line a little bit there. It looks like the Porsche got the better of the exchange there, but as we've been talking about, that BMW is going to close that gap up once we get to the front straight here. Has nothing but time to try and close the gap. We'll see if he's able to make anything happen here in the last two corners. If he gets a good run, we might have an overtake here, but it looks like he missed the apex and was a little bit wide there, but keeps it nice and tidy coming around the exit there. Might have the pace to try and get a little closer and try something on turn one. We'll see if anything happens there.
I think the Porsche's exit out of there onto the main straight was just too strong. It's got to be on another lap.
Yeah, I agree. But still, even with an advantage at the exit, you can still see that BMW cinches it up before the end of the first corner. That Porsche does not have any chance to relax there. And another lap starts. But let's take a look. We've got a little bit of a battle showing up for 7th here. That Aston Martin we were watching a little bit ago is charging their way up the field. Oh, and they might try something on the inside here.
Did that Mercedes get a little bit loose on the exit there, or was that just me?
It did look like he got a little bit loose, but not enough for the Aston Martin to try anything. Right now, again, we're talking about two different cars here, but both share the same engine, interestingly enough. So it really is like racing two of the same car. They're just one's a little bit wider and one's a little bit taller. Hard onto the brakes into the chicane. Aston Martin's not going to be able to do very much about the position they're in at this point in the race, but as we saw just a little bit ago, certainly not shy about getting on that rear bumper of the AMG out in front. He's going to be looking to try and make an overtake here pretty soon. And let's actually hop back to that battle for 14th. It has cinched back up a little bit. We've got Jacob Blizzard out in the Aston Martin in front. We've got D. Fletcher in the 115 Camaro right behind him. And that gap has been getting slower in the time that we were looking away. So we're going to keep our eyes on this here for just a little bit and see if anything happens. Coming around the last two corners of the track here. We're going to see if that Camaro is able to get a good exit out on the straight. It does kind of look like that. Yeah, the Aston Martin dips it out into the sand a little bit. They're going to lose a little bit of speed because of that, and the Aston Martin and the Camaro behind are going to make the charge. Just now a drag race for the first corner. The Camaro is going to have the advantage, but are they going to be able to get it far enough ahead? He is gaining on him. Is he going to be able to make the overtake happen as they come into the first corner? We're going to look. Oh, the Camaro does make the overtake happen. Are they going to be able to hang into it?
He's ahead. He's got the better line.
Oh, he's got the inside line early on the brakes there, but is able to keep it cleaned. Oh, get back over onto the track.
Runs over those curves.
Ooh,
that's going to lose him time.
That is going to lose him time. Puts the curbs right in the middle of the car, not able to hang on and get on the accelerator as soon as he wanted to. And unfortunately, that is going to allow the Aston Martin to get back out in front, and he is going to have to fight for that position again. Nice cut over those curbs right there. Camaro can handle that, as you can see, is able to, ooh, looks up the inside on the hairpin. That was brave, but closing the gap again, getting right back on the rear bumper of Jacob Blizzard in the Aston Martin in front, not giving him any chance to think about anything other than that Camaro in his rearview mirror. Man, you can see the pace difference between these two drivers, but the Aston Martin is just keeping that thing wide enough to where the Camaro cannot get around him. We'll see if he's able to make anything happen in Aqua Minerale. At this point, the Camaro is going to be looking for a mistake out of the driver out in front. And it does not look like that Aston Martin's going to let that go easily. Taking a nice,
something I love about the older tracks is that if you look up to the side, there's no road runoffs like you'd see at Paul Ricard. As he gets in front of him by cutting the chicane.
Yeah, missed the braking zone there and cut on the inside. Is going to yield the position to the car in front. Good call there, but now has some work to do if he loses a position in the progress.
But that's a perfect example of the point I was actually just going to make, where if you look to the side of this track, all you see is grass, gravel, and chicanes that will send your car spinning into a wall. There is really not much room for a driver to, get dirty in the battle.
It's something that we've been seeing talked about actually a lot recently at Spa after the recent F1 Grand Prix there. Talking about changing Rouge and Radeon. Simply for that reason, there's just not runoff. It's an extremely dangerous couple of corners when you're talking about cars going around that fast. You see a little bit of that here at Imola, although Imola historically has had a lot of changes to it to try and slow the track down, because it has claimed many drivers' lives for the same reason you're mentioning. There's just nowhere to make a mistake. If you're off the track it used to be, you're right into a wall.
Yeah, and luckily for these guys, one, it's a simulator, not real racing, but even in GT4 cars, they're a bit slower. So in a proper GT4 race, you still have some time to react, but you compare that to a Formula 1 car, you run slightly off the road, your tires have no grip on the grass. If you're off the track, there really isn't much you can do about it.
No, not at all. That's the scary thing about it. But again, like we're saying, that's the thing I love the most about sim racing, is those mistakes come cheap. Worst case scenario, you have to pit. I'm not paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix a car.
Yeah. What really woke me up to that? Just how nice it is to not have that fear of crashing in depth while sim racing. In the 24 Hours of Spa, there was that big 4, 5, 6 car collision at the top of our Rouge, and you could just see the amount of destruction that collision caused. And personally, that is the same kind of mistake I've probably made 1,000 times just practicing on my own. Returning to garage is much nicer than the alternative.
Yeah. Yep. That is very, very true. Well, we panned over to the number 68 car of Derek Stack in the Onid Cam Sport BMW. A little bit of a battle developing between him and the Alpine behind. I'm going to keep an eye on them right now. The closest fight that I can see as far as the timing is telling me right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that right now, although we do have a little bit of a battle developing for 4th place again behind Javier Ranz. We might take a look at that if we see anything crazy happening with the timings there, but Riley Palmer chasing him down for 5th place. Let's do a real quick update on the standings. We still have our 1st and 2nd place cars in 1st and 2nd place. We saw Kieran Sharp overtook Javier for 3rd place not too long ago, followed by Riley Palmer in 5th place. M. Nikowski, oh man. To anybody who is not from the United States, from anywhere abroad in the world, I apologize sincerely. I did not have a very good education, and I'm American and stupid. I'm trying my hardest out here, but when I mispronounce your name, I hope you know it's not personal. I'm just dumb. It comes with the territory.
If you want to jump back to the battle for 15th place again real quick, you'll see that the Camaro has actually managed to overtake the Aston Martin after going a couple cars wide for a few corners.
Sure enough, and actually we've seen the entire lineup change, because that number 91 car was the one that was leading off this pack for a little bit, and that silver Aston Martin now out in front, Jay Carey's, overtaking the pack. But now we have a pack of 4 cars right now battling for 15th behind Dustin Fletcher here, and that Camaro rocking the American flag there. We'll see if anything exciting happens here, but you can see that number 91 Aston Martin there has BMW right on his rear bumper, and actually that was the battle that we were chasing for a little bit just behind those 2 cars, where that Porsche was blocking off the BMW.
And there is a big collision.
Where at?
Uh, the final corners before the start-finish straight, there are 4 or 5 cars that we were all just watching knocked off track.
Looks like they've more or less gotten their way back out there. Yeah, and unfortunately, the way Assetto Corsa works, replays are not something we have the ability to do very easily. So we can't really go back and look, but it does look like more or less most everybody got out of that more or less unscathed, maybe a little bit of time lost, but cars are still going around the track. And I want to go ahead and we're going to look at the battle for fourth, because that is starting to get a little bit exciting. We've got now 4 cars that are going to start lining up here pretty soon. Ooh, that Camaro really wants to get around the outside there, and I think he's going to be able to pull it off. Just had a crazy line. Yeah, and he gets the pass on the outside. Excellently negotiated by that Camaro. Now we've had another positional change there. Now R. Palmer is going to be in 4th place. Javier moving back into 4th. And that Camaro is going to continue the charge up to try and chase down 3rd place, and we'll see if he's able to do it. But now that Porsche is going to have to get around that Camaro. BMW hit the orange Aston. We're getting an update from one of the drivers from the other teams. We'll see if any penalties get handed out there anytime soon, so we might have a little bit better picture of anything that might happen there. We'll see. I'm looking at Gen Chat. We might have a little bit of a flame war going on here soon, but we'll wait for a decision from the stewards as to see what happens there. Like this is spacing out a little bit. Looks like R. Palmer is going to be the decided victor in that battle for 4th place, excuse me. We'll see how long he hangs on to it. We'll be keeping an eye on the splits there, but we're going to hop back to oh, they're driving through the pits. That's why it looked like they had cars right on top of them. Excuse me. Let's go back a couple more cars. There we go. We're going to watch Roadside Cookie and number 735 car in that Porsche behind. A little bit of a battle developing. We were watching this not too long ago. We saw that BMW was fighting with another Porsche, which doesn't seem to be a part of the pack anymore. And Roadside Cookies moved his way out into 17th place. I really do love that livery. It looks so good.
Yeah. It's a nice color.
Yeah, it's
unfortunately, I do not have the livery pack downloaded, as that was a bit of a last-minute addition. But I am watching the stream, so I've been taking a peek at some of these liveries here and there.
Yep, Camaro runs a little bit wide there, and runs it out into the sand, is able to hang on to the position. Porsche breaks a little late and gets the wide line coming through the hairpin. We'll see if that means a good, fast exit for him. Doesn't look like it because that Camaro is still out in front. BMW behind the Porsche there. Let's hop over to the onboard camera. We'll see if he tries anything coming down into the chicane. The chicane here. Or no, Aqua Minerale is next. I know what I'm talking about. Man, Porsche is really eager to try and make something happen. He's going to look on the outside. Let's hop over to the TV cameras. Has the outside line, not able to make it stick. It is a slower line. Not able to make the switcheroo happen there. But
that Porsche got bumped on the curb.
Yep, got a little bit wide there on the curb, and that is going to slow him down just enough to where that Camaro stays out in front for a couple more corners. We'll see how long he's able to hang on to. That Porsche really does look eager to try and get around the BMW just behind him that I'm sure he's thinking about. BMW is in the best spot right there. Can kind of just wait for these 2 cars to make a mistake and then maybe try to make the overtake after that. The Roadside Cookie having to really focus up, try and keep that Porsche behind him. Coming into the last 2 corners of this lap is going to be, oh my goodness, what lap are we on now? I don't even know. 40 minutes into the race.
Lap 21.
Lap 21 already.
As that Porsche dips a little bit into the sand. Oh, BMW Empire coming right behind it. Let's see if they can make something happen.
It does look like something is going to happen because, yeah, look at how fast that BMW is. Even on the outside line, just making feet's worth of difference between that Porsche, and he is going to take that position away, and there is essentially nothing the Porsche can do about it. So we see a position swap. Now that BMW is going to be chasing down Roadside Cookie in the Arc Rusting Club. Oh, big mistake out of the BMW there. The back end gets loose, and that is going to allow the Porsche to get around him in the last corner of that S there. That is a rough place to make a mistake because it goes right into a long enough straight to where that speed that you lose really does make enough of a difference, where, as we saw, that Porsche is able to get around easily.
That was a very costly error by that BMW.
Yeah, those things do happen, though. They certainly do. Let's look around.
Just another example of how little downforce these cars are actually running.
Does look like fourth place is still popping off. Looks like the Porsche has caught up a little bit there. Not quite as much as I'm sure they would have liked to, but they are catching one another, so that's still going on. Let's hop back.
I think 7th and 8th might be a battle worth looking into.
Yep, that's where I was getting ready to go next.
About half a second separates them for the last splits.
Yep, and these two cars have been following each other in this order for about 5 or 6 laps now. You see two drivers very evenly matched, although it may not necessarily be the case as we were talking about earlier. You really have to be a lot faster, not a little faster, to pass somebody in the GT4s. So we might just, they might be stuck in this order for a little bit, although in about 20 minutes we will start to see the first rotation of driver changes happening, and that's where things really get all sorts of off the wall. That's where the leader... We have the luxury right now of having everybody more or less in the same order and not staggered by pit stops. That's going to change here pretty quick, and that's why I had the disclaimer at the beginning of the race where it is about completing as many laps as possible. So we're really going to be watching those lap counts more than anything else because once the pit stops start going through, we're going to see the order change a whole lot because while they have a maximum of 65 minutes per driver at a time, they don't have to wait until 65 minutes. They can pit at 60. They can pit at 45 minutes. There's all sorts of crazy strategy that could go into it. And we're going to start seeing some pit strategy playing into these battles for position. As we can see, that Aston Martin really trying to get around that AMG, but the AMG in front just fast enough to keep him behind, not able to let the Aston Martin make a move. And that's where
I'm kind of disappointed we don't have any KTMs on the grid. Because there's a pretty interesting strategy you can do there where you can reset your driver stint timer by just driving through the pits and double stint the tire.
Yep. Yeah, KTM does have the best tire management in the game, at least right now with current BOP. And you can double stint the tires, and what that means is so when these drivers come in this game anyway, there is, when you do a driver swap, there's a mandatory 30-second pause, basically, while you swap drivers. Coincidentally, that is the exact same amount of time as it takes to change tires in this game. So generally, the strategy is to do both at the same time because you don't add any time to your pit stop. However, the KTM does so well on tire life, you actually don't necessarily, depending on your team, need to change the tires every time you come in. So what you can sometimes see is the same driver will do 2 stints back to back and keep the same tires the whole time. And you can, over the course of 4 hours, save quite a bit of time doing that. It is a risky strategy though, because once those tires start to fall off, they really fall off. It's like driving on glass.
And it's also risky because that KTM only has good tire life if you can manage to not slide it around the track every other corner. Which is not the easiest feat in the world. That is a difficult car to drive.
Yeah, it's very lightweight. It also has the narrowest tires out of any of the GT4s. But we've got a battle developing out in front. We're going to hop back over to the 3rd place car of Kieran Sharp because just behind him we've got Riley Palmer and Javier Ranz right now. They're going to be fighting for 4th, and as you can see, we even have 6th place in the number 101 car that's tracking them down as well. But yeah, once they get out of those corners, you can see, I mean, even though these cars are within a second of each other and a half second between Javier and the Porsche behind, those half seconds look like miles between the cars. But we'll see when they come into the braking zones here just how close they get to one another. I think we're going to see something happen between these two. Maybe, although the Porsche behind isn't quite close enough to try and dive them on the inside, but you can see they get very close. See if either one of them makes a mistake. Good line out of the Porsche out in front. No, I think they are going to stay in that order, although it does look like the Porsche behind had a little bit better of a run through there because they do close up the position by about 0.2 there, and they're going to try something. Maybe, nope, just looks up the inside, trying to make the mental play there and try and force a mistake out of the Porsche out in front. Does not make it happen. However, he's going to continue to track him down. That Alpine is doing a very good job of keeping the pressure on the number 213 car out in front of him. As you can see, just slowly closing the gap one corner at a time. Ooh, another penalty to the number 13 car for causing a collision. Unfortunate. And they will probably want to serve that when they do their next pit stop. Get it out of the way early rather than wait until the very end of the race.
I believe that was the same incident we saw earlier around the P14, P15 battle.
Ooh, Alpine gets a little bit loose there, but still able to hang on to the pace there as they charge up into the chicane. I don't think they'll be close enough to try anything. Oh, come on, cameraman.
He's trying it.
Tries it and does not make it happen. Looks like cameraman made us miss it. Dang it. But from what I could see there, drive-through for track limits handed out to the number.
That is Inman in Aston Martin down in 21st place.
Drive-throughs are not the worst penalty you can pick up, but they are certainly costly because you have to drive through the pit lane with your limiter on. Usually adds up to about a minute penalty by the time you're done, depending on the track. If we were at Spa, that would be almost race ending. But Imola is not too bad. Let's see.
I think my least favorite one to get a drive-through at has to be Zolder. I think the pit lane, or Misano, I think the pit lanes there are just ridiculously long for how short of tracks they are.
Yeah, that is very true. Zolder is especially punishing because you don't even get to get off your pit limiter until you're like way outside the pits. And even then, the rejoin is weird. It's a blind rejoin, and not a good one either. Watching the number 13 BMW of T. Walter, you see a little bit of action with this BMW, scuffing up the paint a little bit, picking up some penalties. However, doing a very good job of keeping themselves in 17th place with the that Porsche of M. Heisek trying to get around for a while.
Looks like we're starting to heat up quite a bit for P3 again. There's 1/10 of a second that separates the Camaro from that Alpine, and they're right all over each other.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that here in just a second. I want to see if anything happens between these two cars going into the first corner here. We'll see if the Porsche tries something on the inside. I think they're going to think better of it. Yeah, it gets on the brakes a little bit late, but they're not going to try anything there. They're going to stay just glued to that rear bumper. We're going to watch this here for a little bit before we hop up to the position for third place. So they'll keep me updated if there are any positional changes. We'll definitely want to get up there. I want to watch this battle here just for a couple more corners. Oh, the Porsche looks up the inside, is not able to make it happen. Oh my goodness, how is that not contact between these two cars? Literally centimeters between the two of them, and somehow managed to avoid running into one another. What would have certainly been a massive collision between those two cars. Hats off to the Porsche behind for not causing anything to happen there. But my goodness, that was close.
I'm surprised that even at that distance, that netcode had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, no kidding. You know, and that's one of the things we really have to be careful about when we're talking about races with drivers from all over the world is ping can definitely play into this. When you're talking about having to make, microsecond adjustments to your driving here. Ooh, Porsche runs a little bit wide there at Aqua Minerale. Still able to keep, this mostly kept the pace up. And you can see Roadside Cookie and the other two Aston Martins behind him. Not too far behind. Might see them catch up, but as you were saying, the battle for third is getting interesting. So we're going to go take a look over there and see what happens, man. That Alpine's been doing a remarkable job of keeping it going this entire race. Once they got that position, they have hung on to it. We saw, let's see, Javier Ranz falls another position behind to that Camaro. I think we watched that happen. Not quite able to cinch it back up, but we're going to watch this battle for third evolve here as we approach the 1 hour mark. And that is going to be, again, that's going to be important because we're going to start seeing mandatory pits. Well, not mandatory, but the first driver rotation coming in here pretty soon. Right now, man, there are battles all over the place. I don't know where to look. Oh, looks like we've got, that's a penalty being served by the number 328 car, serving their drive-through right now, it looks like. They're still rolling. Yep, so they're getting that out of the way, so that's not going to be a pit stop for them. Oh, we just missed something there. These two cars behind. Yeah, we're going to watch this Aston Martin and the McLaren. Or excuse me, the Porsche and the Alpine again. What is the camera doing? Sorry about that.
Taking its time.
We had something going on there and we just barely missed it, which is too bad, but onwards. See over in chat, Furious Jaeger. We were doing some penalty hunting. Okay. Doesn't feel good though. It's racing. It happens. It's certainly not going to be the only penalties handed out this race. And at least it looks like so far nobody seems to have had any major disruptions to their race as a result. So we'll take you take the minor penalties when you can get them. Ooh, that was netcode there. We saw that Alpine get a little bit loose coming around there, but more or less able to keep it clean. But that does allow the Porsche to close up on them.
in what used to be more than a half second. All of a sudden, now they're right back on top of each other. Although it looks, right as I say that, commentator's curse, Porsche gets a little bit loose through that S there and loses a bit of time out to that Alpine out in front. Man, and the action just has not ceased because just a little bit ahead of these guys, we can watch. Oh, come on, cameraman. Now there's just, it looks like 4/10 between these two cars right now. It's growing a little bit, but oh man, that Camaro just charges right up on the inside and gets back on the bumper of the Alpine. We'll see, watch him charge over the hill too wide. And let's go ahead and get to the helicam early just so we can see if anything happens here. Does not look like it. Yeah, Camaro's going to think better of trying anything clever there and just follows him. It looks like the Alpine got a pretty good run through there because the Camaro loses a bit of time to them. They're going to come around the final two corners. We'll see if anything happens here with these two cars. It does look like the Alpine gets a fantastic run through there, and they're going to start to grow that gap. Yeah, look at it grow. Very, very well negotiated by the Alpine there. Let's see if we can find another battle going on. There are quite a few of them. We're going to hop a couple cars back again to these two, because right now that is the closest time for any of them. Although it does look like we are starting to see the beginning of our pit stops getting served here. So I see a couple of cars in there. So the number 32 car right now. Are they even... What's going on? Maybe they just teleported back to pits. I don't know. I saw a couple of cars in there and I got all excited, but it does not look like anything is happening there. Let's hop further back in the field. We've got another battle developing between Roadside Cookie and Martin Hajek, who seems to have gotten their way around the Camaro, and now the Camaro's got to make the overtake, so we just missed something. Looks like they're going to filter through in that order, coming around bend here. Let's see if anything happens in this series of S's. As we've seen, anything can happen here. It's all about maintaining that corner speed. We'll see if they're able to make something happen here. It does look like they're going to sort through there, single file, keep things nice and clean.
Another interesting development is we have our first place Maserati, who is finally beginning to start lapping some blue flags.
Is that right?
Yep, it took them 54 minutes, but they've started to lap the field. So always be on the lookout for some potential blue flag drama. It always makes for good viewing.
And something I'd like to point out, right now our race leader in the number 500 Maserati has a 12-second, it looked like a 12-second gap at one point, the car behind, although I think that was just the splits being weird. But still,
I think it's closer to 5 or 6.
Yeah, it's closer to 5 or 6 seconds. Just weird splits because they were crossing the pits, but... Yeah, we can see that blue and green Porsche that was in the background there. That's second place. This guy has put a sizable distance between him and his closest competitor, which is extraordinarily impressive. Again, as we were talking about, this car does not have any electronic assists. We've got a yellow flag, car number 328, stopped on the track there. Oh, it looks like they got spun around in the hairpin. Let's see, was that... Does not look like it was caused by an incident. Maybe just got a little bit loose on the curbing there. But they're going to have to struggle. It looks like they're struggling to get the car turned around. It really can be tough out in the gravel. Go ahead and click away. Let them get that sorted out. Looks like, yeah, at least nobody was involved in that incident. Certainly good for everybody there. But it looks like they've got the car going around in the right direction now. Just got to wait their turn to filter back onto the track, try and avoid causing any incidents. And they'll get going with their race again.
Good news, he has made it back on track.
Excellent. Love to hear it. Well, you still got 3 hours left to go, team. Get it back on the track. Keep running your laps. Focus up. There's still plenty of time for you to get those positions back. Take a look at Kieran Sharp as they come down into the second chicane here. That battle has not gotten any less close. The Camaro and the Alpine still fighting it out turn by turn, one at a time. Trying to make anything happen here, and it really is going to be a pit strategy decision for these teams here. Because it does not look like either one of them has a distinctive leg up on the other. They're more or less running the same laps here, looking at their last laps within a tenth of each other. So it might be a decision of the teams to, go for the over or the undercut, try and get into the pits before anybody else, maybe come out into some clean air, but You know, one thing looking at the track right now, and again, one of the benefits of having so many people on the track, there are no really distinct advantages to coming out anywhere on the track because there's drivers everywhere. There isn't really any gaps for somebody to undercut and come out into clean air and have a crazy advantage. But now we've got a drag race down into the first corner. It looks like the Camaro got the better of it. Yeah, they decidedly did, as they're the first one to filter through the corner. We'll see if they're able to hang on to it. We saw earlier somebody made a mistake and ran wide out here and lost a whole bunch of speed, but it does look like the Camaro is able to keep it nice and tidy, although the Alpine does have quite a bit of pace coming out of there, as they're going to be
Fucking
bumper
right
to bumper.
behind.
Yeah, we're on the wrong rear bumper there. There we go. Okay, now we've got the Camaro. Ooh, makes a lunge up onto the Camaro there, but it looks like he's more or less able to hang on to the position there. Riley Palmer doing an excellent job of keeping that Camaro going fast through those corners, coming through the hairpin right now. Keep that corner speed up as they get a good take up into the up the hill, up into that weird left-hander. Yep, over the hill. Yeah, and that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the qualifying session, folks. Is maintaining your speed coming through those corners. Especially there, coming out of that hairpin. Excuse me, I had to collect my thoughts there. That hairpin goes into an uphill, and it's not a little bit uphill; it's a lot uphill. So if you lose speed in that corner more than the car in front of you, there's just nothing you can do to try and close up that gap. And we can see that as evidence here that Alpine, what was just inches behind him, is now quite a few car lengths behind. We'll see if that changes going through the chicane. Both of them cut the corner nicely, keeping it nice and clean. I think that is going to be the order they stay in for a little while. Let's take a look somewhere else on the track here. Let me find...
Are you surprised by the pace of the Alpine at Imola? Because it's not just 4th place. There's another Alpine running in 5th place and another one running in 10th place. All 3 Alpines have been doing surprisingly well throughout this race.
If we were racing with just the regular Apollo Racing Club gang, I would say yes. But that's one of the nice things about doing these events is we get people from all over. So you can basically toss your assumptions out the window, where I would assume, yeah, the Alpine's never going to do well anywhere. As we can see, there are clearly some drivers who have put into the time to learn how to drive these cars quickly. And that has paid off for them because, yeah, like you were saying, we've got 3 Alpines, all of them on the field, in the top 10. And all of them putting in a good performance. It looks like we have the first of our pit stops, followed by the second one right behind. Our race leader in the number 500 Maserati is getting it out of the way right now. And we'll see where they come out. I think there's another team that's getting ready to do the same thing here. That is going to temporarily put the Porsche, number 7 Porsche out in first place. Oh no, and a hefty penalty handed out to the number 735 car, not our race leader, for speeding in the pit lanes. Might have just been a little bit late on getting on the brakes there. That is going to be a costly mistake because it is a stop and go 30, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. And stop and go 30, that's you're a minute and a half down. You're almost a full lap down at that point after a stop and go.
Yeah, I mean, that is an unfortunate, costly mistake for the team. But like we were saying, we are approaching the 3-hour mark. There is still a lot of racing to be done. We are currently 31 laps in, so there's about 90 more to go. Anything can happen. But now's where things get a little bit spicy for us as a commentary crew because the gaps don't really mean anything for position. We're going to see our second place driver in the number 7 Porsche is going to go into the pits right now. And right now, I'm just looking around the field looking for any cars that are close. It looks like the battle between the Camaro and the Alpine is still going on. See, either of them going to... Nope, neither one of them take the pit. They've got 5 minutes to do so. So it's going to be one... They've got to do it in the next 2 laps. You see Roadside Cookie goes into the pits. Let's see, we've got quite a few cars that are going to dive into the pits here.
Do you think we'll see any big changes in position after the first round of pit stops, or do you think the field will be too bunched up to really have much clean air?
So that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier, is the field is spread out enough right now to where I don't think anybody's going to be able to come out into clean air. There are 1 or 2 pockets in the field right now. One of the 2, actually, we're watching these 2 cars are heading off, or right in the middle of one of them, where there just is not any clean air. We can see Roadside Cookie comes out into the pits into traffic and is going to have no opportunities. However, he is going to come out on cold tires. Not going to be able to close up on those guys. He's going to take a couple of laps to warm those tires up. Something about the GT4 cars, they do not have tire sleeves, or tire blankets, excuse me. So they come out on cold rubber, which can make it exceedingly difficult because you're going to be low on pressure and just very, very low on grip. And something that this game does really well that most of us appreciate is how detailed the tire modeling is. when you're low on tire pressure, if you go over a curb, there is a chance that you're actually going to squeeze some of the air out of the tire. So you really have to be careful. And at a track like Imola, where it is so dependent on trying to cut over corners to try and maximize your minimum corner speeds, you really are punished for the first couple of laps leaving the pits, which can lead to some very interesting decision making and racing right when drivers are leaving here. Let's see if I can get us over to the roadside cookie. We'll watch him for a little bit. Or it's going to be his teammate, excuse me. Oh, that's the wrong car, but those, okay, so we've actually, this is interesting. This is good, actually. So we've got these two cars that we're watching right now, A. Thompson and the other Camaro out in front. Let's see, who's driving it right now? Is it Alan Zoe? It is Alan Zoe. So the one we're watching right now, Adam Thompson, is usually the gentleman who's joining me in the commentary booth, but he's getting this week off so he can race in this GT4 race. And then we've got the other car out in front, which has had Roadside Cookie, who's one of the admins for Apollo Racing Club, and now has his teammate Alan Zoe in it, who races in our GT4 league, or GT3 league. In fact, I think he won the amateur split in GT3 this season. It was him or it was Roadside Cookie. It was one of the two.
Good to see a Porsche driver doing well.
Yeah. But it'll be interesting to watch these two because we know they're friends, and sometimes that can either mean they're going to be safe around each other or that can mean they're going to give no respect to one another. So we might see some excitement happen with them there. But I'm looking around the field to see if we have anything else going on right now. But like we said, we've got a lot of folks diving into the pits right now, getting their driver changes out of the way. And that is going to kick off the second leg of this race. By now, the tires are going to be warm for the Porsche out in front, the 978 car of Alan Zoe. So now we can really start pushing, and we can see that because the Camaro behind really wants to get around, and unfortunately, the rusty Camaro does have the grip by this point to be able to fend them off. You see the number 872 car behind there really had to dip on the brakes there to try not to run into him. We'll see if he's able to get a better run coming into the chicane. They are very close to one another. Is he going to try something on the inside? No, they're going to keep it respectful, which is good. Fewer incidents for the stewards to have to. Oh, Roadside Cookie gets a little bit loose there. And did they make contact? I don't think they did, actually.
I don't think they did.
No, they somehow managed to do that without hitting one another, but really loose on the back tires there. Maybe I jumped the gun on saying that he had got his tires up to temperature. As we can see that Alan Zoe got a little bit loose there, but is able to hang on to the position coming into the final two corners there. That Camaro behind getting pinched off just a little bit by the Camaro out in front. Took a pretty good line there defensively. And they're going to hang on to that position for another lap. Let's see if we can find another battle. That's the same car. So that's Alan Zoe, the Apollo Wrestling Club, sporting a Canadian flag. Hey, Tact, thank you very much for the resub. 17 months, over a year of support for Apollo Racing Club. It's certainly appreciated from everybody here.
Hop on over to the battle for 12th position between Will and the Mercedes and Melon Pitch and the Janetta.
Will do.
I believe that's going to be our tightest battle for position on track so far.
And we saw Melon Pitch gets a little bit loose there and loses a bit of time to the AMG out in front. He's going to have to fight to claw that back from him, and that Janetta's going to have a pretty hard time doing it at this stage of the race, where it is, or this stage of the lap, excuse me, where it is a lot of straight lines where that AMG has a decided advantage. Although any other car that wasn't a Janetta would have a decided advantage here. So it's really going to be on him to stay as close as he can coming into the first couple of corners here, and try and capitalize on his ability to get around those corners more with more speed than the AMG out in front.
You can just see the Janetta is topped out.
Yeah.
That's got to be so frustrating as a driver, knowing that there's nothing you can do. Not even the best exit in the world can save you against a Mercedes like that.
No. Ooh, got a little bit loose there, really pushing those tires to their limits there, coming around the exit there, but he kind of has to get aggressive to try and gain the time he can here at this part of the track, whereas the advantage is decidedly his. think, you know, maybe it's because tire pressures or something like that, but it does look like Melon Pitch is not able to close the distance there coming through some of these corners, although some of the best corners for the Ginetta at this track are still yet to come. We'll see if that gap gets smaller. Currently a second and 3/10 between these two cars. We'll see if it gets a little bit tighter here as they come through these corners.
Battle for 8, 9, and 10 might be pretty heating up.
Take a look there in just a second. I want to see how these two cars get through. Oh yeah, we can see them out in front there. Let's see if the Ginetta can make anything happen here. It does not look like. I think that AMG right now is just in a better spot in their tire wear or whatever it may be, and they're just kind of outpacing that Ginetta. So Melon Pitch has his work cut out for him. Try and rein him in. And Melon Pitch, the teammate of Anthony Jones, we were watching at the beginning of the race here, rocking the Cartoon Network Ginetta there. Also the league organizer for the GT4 League. Let's take a look. You said the battle for 7th?
8, 9, 7, 8, 9. All those guys are all clumped up together.
That is what we've got on stream. Apollo Racing, I think that's Fife out there. Yeah, I believe that Furious Jaeger is the number 13 car. Ooh, both of those cars run a little bit wide coming around the hairpin there. Doesn't really pass up an advantage to either one of them. Ooh, the AMG getting a little impatient, lighting up that car in front with the blinkers. Although I don't believe that's not for position. That's a blue flag car for them that they're trying to get around. Okay, they do let the pass happen. Or if they didn't, then the AMG just made one hell of a brave move.
Looks like we have a yellow flag on track at Tosa, but all seems to be good.
D-Stack, how's the view from the booth been so far? It has been exciting from start to finish. We are an hour and 9 minutes into this race, and the only problem that we've had is trying to pick where on the track we're going to look, because there are battles going on everywhere. The driving has been top notch, and there's been nothing but excitement from start to where we are now. All right, let's see if we can find another. How many battles for position? I don't know if this is for position. No, this is for position. We've got 4th and 5th place right now. 2 Alpines, actually, that are battling for 4th place right now. Ooh, got a McLaren in the dirt on the inside there. Certainly gives a scare to the 2 Alpines trying to get out ahead there. They're able to negotiate that without incident, but now they have a blue flag, BMW, excuse me, to get around, coming through one of the more tricky parts of the track. Try and pass a car in. It looks like the BMW is going to allow them to get around on the inside. Oh! And the BMW cuts back into the inside to hit the Alpine who was attempting a pass on the inside. Stewards will want to take a look at that. But it is going to allow the 4th place Alpine to make kind of a break for it. And now that Alpine behind has a lot of work to do to try and rein back in that distance.
Is that the same BMW who's already received a couple penalties?
No, that's the number 13 car, which I believe they have actually. Yeah. So having a rough time out there, but like I said, plenty of time left in the race. Just gotta focus up, try and keep it nice and clean. Keep on running.
These cars have still little aero that it doesn't really matter if you take a hit or two.
Yeah, and that certainly wasn't a big enough hit to cause any serious damage to either of the cars, but does mean that Alpine now has to pass that blue flag car again. Certainly not what they were looking for there. But let's take a look. Nope, that's not a battle for position, although we have a yellow flag right behind him there. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back to him in time. Number 328 car. A little bit of a mishap there. Let's see if I can get them on camera. Yep, still off track. In fact, no, this is the car that we saw off track a little bit ago. Maybe they put it into the wall or something happened where they've got some significant damage. Let's hop inside the car here. Let's see. I was hoping to see like if they had the steering wheel pinned to one side or something like that. You know, maybe they had some alignment problems, but they're not even putting it back into the pits. Not sure what's going on here. but right in the middle of the track too. That is going to be a pretty big hazard for
Yeah.
anybody. They run out of fuel, maybe? Yeah, that is the
It's gotta
engine.
be a-
No, the engine's still running. Not sure what's going on there, but we'll let them figure it out.
Seem to be back on track.
Now riding with Thomas Stocks on screen. The other Onid driver, we saw Derek Stack in the chat there just a little bit ago. This is his teammate. Unless I'm mistaken. No, because he was in a BMW. This is the other Onid car, excuse me. So not quite teammates, but still pretty close. We can actually see, is that the yeah, that's the first place Maserati. I heard it. You can tell by the way the engine sounds. It's very distinctive. Out in first place, able to hang on to their first place position, even with the pit stops being all staggered and weird.
Looks like we might have a battle between 13th and 14th.
I'll hop over there in just a moment.
But yeah, I fully agree. I think the Maserati, especially when you downshift that car, one of the best sounding cars in the game.
Let's hop on board and see what they're seeing. Let's give a little bit of ear candy for everybody. Oh, it's the way it roars when you downshift like that. Gotta love it.
Brutal.
We'll get through one more corner and then we'll go and actually watch the race. And something again, I have to. You can see his left foot there. That's his brake. He does not have ABS. He is doing all of this just by pedal feel, without locking the tires, and he's able to get away from these on the accelerator without traction control helping him. And you can see just how on a knife's edge this car is, swirling around at every corner exit and everything like that. But this driver is keeping control of that car somehow through methods completely unbeknownst to me, and that is why we call those drivers aliens, because there aren't humans that can do what he's doing. But you said we had a battle elsewhere on the track. I believe that's what we're looking at right now between 6th and 7th here, is they're going to go too wide over the hill coming down into the... let's see, what corner are they coming into? Is that the chicane they're entering? That is the chicane they're entering. Camera angle didn't really make that very apparent for me, but they're going to go single file at the exit. And now that Porsche is going to be chasing down the AMG. Let's see if there's anything else going on the track. What was very close seems to have spaced out just in the time of one corner's difference there. Folks, let's see. Looking for anybody on the track who is close to each other. The 872 car has some action going on right next one. Is that a pass for position we just barely missed? No, it wasn't. That was blue flag getting passed. I just saw this.
You're right. It's very difficult to tell once the pit stops start coming in.
Yeah, it's all over the place. But we're gonna try our best to get the close racing on camera. But as we've been talking about this whole race, it is everywhere. There is essentially no part of this track in which something exciting isn't happening, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Let's see. Anything going on with this car? There we go. I think that's a race for position back there. We're just barely missing. Let's see. I missed the car number there.
It is car 65, which is the McLaren, the blue and white McLaren.
Camera focused on them. There we go. Nice wide shot of all the cars there. McLaren hasn't gotten a whole bunch of screen time, so we're going to keep him going there. Oh, we saw the Aston Martin take an alternative line through that chicane there. A lot of blinkers going on in the back, too. That McLaren is a deceivingly difficult car to drive because it also is very, very quick in a straight line, but it really struggles with mid-speed grip, or mid-corner grip. And actually, we can see it misses the braking marker there. Not sure if that was to allow blue flags to get through there. May have been. But everybody filters in relatively incident-free. Let's go ahead and hop over
What
to
happened to that car in 30th place right now? Or is my game lying to me when it says it's 32 laps down?
No, so they had a mishap with, what's the word I'm looking for? The entry list. So they had a disconnect and joined back into another car. So they are effectively out of the race, but hats off to them for getting back out on the track and keeping it going. That's probably what I would have done too.
Yeah, you're already here, might as well drive.
Yep.
Those are pretty much the simulator's version of mechanical failures, just things out of your control.
Yeah. Well, and we saw some of that at the very beginning of the race. You know, some people, had to teleport back to the pits while they were on the starting grid. Same thing. Could have been electrical failure. You never know.
I think the medal for 13th and 14th is heating up a bit.
All right, let's take a look.
They're about a second apart from each other.
So we got Aston Martin from Porsche. Yes, we do. Car 25 and 87. Charging up the hill to come into that fast left-hander here. Very tricky corner because it is essentially blind coming over that hill right into a braking zone. And I'm hearing a little bit of steward chat right now. There's about to be some penalties handed out here. We'll see what comes of that. But yeah, we saw a little bit of action going on a little bit ago. We caught on camera and said that we might see some penalties handed out. Not sure what's going to happen there, but we'll see what the stewarding decisions are when they come across our screen here. But right now, this is the battle to watch, I believe. I don't see any other close battles for position. So we're going to hang out with these cars for a little.
We do have 18, 19, and 20, but they seem to be a little bit spaced out, running their own laps right now, not really battling. I like the look of that Aston Martin right up front.
Yeah, the Aston Martin is so good when you just run a clean livery. I've certainly seen some exciting ones, but just the way that car is shaped, man, it is just a beauty of a car. Especially with the low rumble of that AMG engine in it. It is just a work of art.
I wonder if the traction control 1.8 trick works just as well in GT4s as it does in GT3.
Do they even have the ability to switch between those two gearboxes, or two traction controls in that car?
I don't know. I've never actually driven the GT4 Aston Martin before, but it's either that or the Mercedes, where you have the same traction control settings or the same engine maps. I'm not too sure.
The Mercedes definitely doesn't, so it's probably the Aston.
Mercedes doesn't? Oh, the Mercedes has the different engine maps, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's still around 1, 2, 3.
So does the McLaren. You know, and so Chad, I'm sticking on this battle just because this is kind of what I really want to highlight about endurance racing is once you get a good amount into the race, we're an hour and 20 minutes in, and you start getting into your more long battled positional, fights here. It really does come down to two drivers having nearly identical pace and just seeing who can get just a little millisecond of an advantage in each corner to see if they can try and attempt an overtake. And what we're watching right now is exactly that between these two cars. We've got two cars, very different cars, mind you, but with drivers that are pushing them to about the same speed here. And so what these two drivers are doing basically is just focusing on driving as clean a lap as they can and not give up any ground to the other driver. And they will probably stay in this order until one of the two of them makes a mistake. And this is endurance racing for you, folks. It may not necessarily look very exciting, but this is extremely stressful for these two cars. Especially if we let's hop on board with the Porsche. We can see kind of what he's looking at. And you can see, I mean, you can't really tell, it's not communicated well from the TV cameras, but just how bouncy these cars are through some of these corners. You can see how loose they're getting coming around those corners. You can see the back corner of the AMG, or the Aston Martin, excuse me, popping up a little bit, but the driver is just keeping his foot on the floor because he doesn't have a choice. He has to keep the car moving forward regardless of how much grip he's losing by hitting those bumps, because that is what it takes to stay in front of the car that's trying to take a position away from him. But we'll really see it get exciting when we come into Aqua Minerale. Ooh, it's real close on the rear bumper there. But I want to follow this view here just for a couple more corners so you can see just how intense it is coming around these corners. Because he's braking well past the apex of that corner. He's still on the brakes. He has to get on the accelerator to try and not get too far outside there, and hangs onto it coming up a hill. There's just so much that these drivers at any driving level has to think about to try and keep a battle going this close for this long.
And in endurance racing, half the battle is just staying out of trouble.
Yeah, that is very true. But yeah, we will keep keeping an eye on those two for a little while here. I'm going to look around the field and see if we can't find anything else exciting. Looks like the field is pretty well spaced out, actually. This might be the battle to watch. Let's see if something happens here. Nah, they're not quite close enough to one another to try anything in T1. Oh, we got a car off out in front. Definitely keep an eye on him. Hope that they let these cars go. Safe rejoin, please. That's exactly what we get. Love to see it. Number 328 car. Good judgment. Aston gets a little bit wide there, but more or less able to hang on to the pace. We don't see the Porsche make any lunges towards him. I think they are going to stay in that order for a little bit.
We've got a yellow flag at the chicane, I believe.
I see that. Number 872.
They're turned around the other way. Looks like they've made it back on track.
There we go. That's going to be Adam Thompson. That's my my cohort in commentating. Looks like he got the car back on track, though. He's going to be now chasing down an Aston Martin. We're getting to another interesting kind of landmark in terms of the endurance race as a whole. Remember, we were kind of singing praises of the drivers for keeping their paces so close to one another, with the top 10 all being within a second of each other, even at race pace, and the rest of the field not being very far off. But even at that, just those tenths of a second, or even a second difference between these cars. Right now, the car we're watching, Adam Thompson, is 3 laps down on our race leader. In fact, to break it out into laps difference, the top 12 cars are all in the same lap as the race leader. 13th is a lap down, which is still pretty impressive that many cars are still on the same lap, but also shows you just how different, or just how big those itty-bitty little differences in pace are. Ooh. Adam Thompson getting a little bit of the commentator's curse here, although it looks like he's got some damage to the front end of the car, and it may be enough to where he just does not have the grip on the turn in to try and make some of these corners, and he really does need the help in some of those lower speed corners. That Camaro is very heavy and really struggles if it doesn't have the aero helping to press those front tires in. Take a look at Alan Zoe. Not sure if he's battling for position, but he is on a banger of a lap for his pace right now, half second up. And actually, this is a battle for position, because that the number 65 car behind is the car now in front of him. For a little bit of a mistake there. Unless I'm mistaken. Am I reading the car names wrong? I am reading the car names wrong. Where is that Alpine? Alpine is number 22. Oh, that's 9th place. Excuse me. Yeah, we saw the blinker on to let another car pass. So, okay, letting blue flag traffic pass. That's why we saw the split get a little bit close there. Let's see if we can find another battle for position. Looks like we got a yellow flag back at the second corner there, second to last corner. Must have just run a little bit wide because it gets right back onto the track. Yellow flag gets cleared. Nothing too dramatic going on there. Take a look at 7th place. Has a little bit of action going. Gets a little bit loose there, and that Aston Martin is going to get around him. And actually, that is a pass for position. That Porsche running a little bit wide there at the second S, and that is going to be the only little bit of a mistake, excuse me, that he needs to make. And that Aston makes a pass there on the outside.
And that's the advantage of taking a car that's, I guess, a lot simpler to drive around. You just got to keep it on track, got to keep it calm, and over a 4-hour race, that really adds up.
Indeed, it does. And again, just like we were highlighting, you know, those tenths of a second matter. And as you can see, I mean, it cost a position there. A little update on the 5-second penalty that got handed out. That was going to be a penalty for collision with another car while lapped. And actually, we did catch that on stream. That was between the 2 Alpines and another car, I forget which, that had a little bit of a tap there in the hairpin. 5-second penalty for that guy.
Are these penalties served in the pits, or are they just added on to your ending time?
So I believe that they are served in the pits, and if you do not serve them... So I know drive-thrus and stop-and-goes you have to serve, or you get a hefty penalty for not doing so. But I think the time penalties are just tacked on at the end of the lap, or the end of the race. I could be mistaken about that. Well, this is the battle for position to watch right now. It's going to be between these 2 cars. That Mercedes out in front. Let's see, who is that? That is, oh, that's 5th place. It's not technically for position, but they are on the same lap as each other. Which means, let's see.
There's another battle somewhere down the field for 19th place.
Let's take a look at that. Got another Aston, a lot of Aston Martins on the field today. I'd love to see it.
Yeah. With the Porsche of... the Porsche behind him. I'm not going to try and pronounce that name.
Ziska is what I'm going with.
Ziska.
Ziska. I'm bad at names.
Once again, we're uneducated Americans. We apologize. So drive-through for car number 71, running in 7th place, the Aston Martin of Del Dattori.
Yeah. Was it, did you see, was it for pit, or, I'm sorry, track limits?
I missed it. I didn't see it.
Take a look at the stewarding chat and see if it was penalty or if it was track limits. Let's see. Yeah, it would have been for track limits. So a pretty small mistake, but a costly one once you get handed that out. Like we were talking, that's almost a lap disadvantage by the time you leave.
I think it makes the racing a bit more exciting. You have to make a conscious choice between, you know, do I go for the best possible lap and like really nail those small tenths over and over again that will add up? Or do I take it a bit safer knowing that if I mess up just 3 times, I'll be a lap down? That's what separates the aliens from the rest of us, just being able to take all these extreme lines over and over and over again without getting all these track cutting penalties.
Yeah, and it really cannot be stated enough times just how impressive the driving out of everybody on this field is. Aside from a couple of minor incidents, and when I say minor, I mean minor, because we're not seeing big penalties getting handed out. The drivers so far, approaching the halfway mark of this 4-hour race, have kept things relatively clean, and they've kept them consistent, which is the more impressive part.
Absolutely. I think that was only the second draft through we've seen. And for almost 2 hours in, that's pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, I think we saw one stop and go 30 for the pit limiter, but that's, I think, it for big penalties.
And you know, if it was Moose and I on this endurance team, we would have racked up at least 2 or 3 drive-throughs at this point.
Oh yeah.
No question about it.
I'm really good at not getting in incidents. I'm not, however, very good at staying on the track. Let's see if we can't.
Something to pay attention to is second place Porsche, Penot, has closed up around 4 seconds on the Maserati up in first place.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, at the start of the stint, that Porsche was 6.5 to 7 seconds back. They've closed the gap down to 3.
So we might see some contention for first place, folks.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye. Yeah, no,
I mean, slight difference in the pace between the 2 drivers on each teams.
Yep. That's the thing I love about endurance races so much, is it's not a one-man effort. It is a team effort. You know, there are multiple drivers who are going to have very different paces. And so when you get those drivers swapped out and you start to see, okay, well, maybe they had their fast driver in, or, you know, maybe the Porsche had their slower driver in. Now they got the fast guy in. You know, those decisions and strategy is what makes endurance racing so much fun for the drivers and their teams. I'm driving the same track for 4 hours, but there's so much thought that goes into all of it that makes the whole thing
exciting battle going on right now between car 15 and 16. Sorry to cut you off. Continue.
Good. No, 15 and 16, is that position?
Position.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look there. Oh, my goodness, yeah. Getting real close there, and actually I think that's an overtake for the Aston Martin that's on the outside line, as we're going to chase them down into the first corner, and they're going to get very close there. That orange Aston Martin on the inside is in the better spot. Let's see if he's able to hang on to the inside line. He is, but the other Aston Martin does look like they were not able to get the speed back up with the compromised line. That is going to be a successful overtake that we just barely caught. And it does look like they're going to hang on to that order for a little bit unless this Aston Martin does something creative in the hairpin. I think that is going to be a pretty decided overtake for the Aston Martin in front. Yeah, he's kind of pulling away. Excellent work by that Aston Martin. Got a good. I mean, that's the difference between a good exit at the last corner or not.
Oh, we have another battle on the horizon between 17th place and Tanner and 18th place T-Stocks.
Okay. Let's take a look.
0.2 of a second separates them.
Nate Tanner for Ronin Racing in the number 115 Camaro. Being chased down by T-Stocks in the, so I think that's the other owned car in the Aston Martin, runs very wide at that corner. And you can see that gives him a pretty big pace advantage on the Camaro out in front, who runs wide going into the braking zone there of Aqua Minerale.
Oh, that is close. There are now 3 cars right on each other's bumper, heading up to probably the most dangerous corner on the track.
Yeah, McLaren filters right back in front of that Aston Martin. Now there is a faster car between this battle for position here, not the position that AMG wants to be in. And a reminder for anybody who's coming from watching F1, when there is a blue flag in GT car racing, the blue flag car is not obliged to allow the other car to pass, unlike, they get very close there. Oh my goodness, almost a collision in the rear there.
Sticks to the outside, he backs off a bit.
Backs off a bit, yeah. The Camaro there running the gauntlet. He gets past, that was not for position? I can't tell. No, it was not. Or no, it was. That was the car in 19th now. That 155 black and gold now out in front. Passes N. Tanner.
Was he using a faster car, using those blue flags to just kind of cut through, follow the leader?
He may have. That's certainly a good strategy. Unfortunate for Tanner that that's how it lined up, but now that faster car is out of the picture and we can watch these 3. This is a battle for position with these 3 cars. As I was saying,
it's all about who can carry the most speed without dipping out onto the sand over there.
Yeah, no, and it's a tricky corner to get around. It's a bravery corner because you can, if you get it just right. So we'll the next time we come around to it, I'll explain it a little bit more clearly. But you can almost wait to brake until you're almost at the apex of the entry of that S corner there, because these GT4 cars don't get going fast enough to need to slam on it like the GT3s do. That Camaro goes a little bit wide there, loses a bit of speed to the Aston Martin, but he's going to have the inside line going into Aqua Minerale. See if he's able to hang on to it. He is. But now it's all about getting the better charge up this hill. As we said, these uphill corners can be especially punishing for the GT Force cars because they don't have the acceleration to force their way up there. So you really got to carry the corner through, or speed through the corner. And it does look like the Camaro is able to do so. It hangs onto the position. Oh, but gets a little bit loose under braking and lose the back end.
He's going to lose 2 positions off that.
He is going to lose 2 positions off that, but we'll see if he's able to get the speed back because he does seem to have gotten right back on the bumper of that Onid Racing Aston Martin.
He's got the slipstream now.
And they're going to come down into the second of the final corners.
Is the Camaro a fast car in a straight line?
It is indeed. It's one of those that has the weird shifting, though, so you got to know to shift a little bit early and take advantage of the supercharger in there.
I do remember that.
Power out of it as you can.
I remember we did a race long ago at Paul Ricard, and I think you were in the Camaro, and the Camaro had a lot of troubles keeping up with other cars on that long straight, right?
Yeah, but I also didn't know how to drive it at the time.
True, true.
Duke Martin 06, great battle. There's great battles everywhere. We are really struggling to try and keep up with the action because these drivers are doing an incredible job. Ooh, number 15 picks up a drive-through. It's going to be an unfortunate penalty for them. But also, look at the leaderboard, folks. We've got 5 Aston Martins in the same order for position right now. Really making a
And
strong
just to
show.
bring it to your attention once again, second place has closed another half a second on that first place Maserati.
Yeah, we will get back over to that here in a little bit, but I do want to watch this battle of the midfield here. See if anything happens. Keep an eye on Thomas Stocks here, chasing down the Alpine out in front, although that's not for position. We're just going to click around the field here for a little bit. This is actually, I believe, a battle for position here. Is that Ben Brown behind? Yes, it is. So we've got the number 213 Porsche and the number 68 BMW right now. Currently battling for 8th position, coming down into the second chicane. That number 91 car that we were talking about that has a drive-through has 2 laps remaining to serve it. We need to get that out of the way here pretty quick. We're going to follow these 2 cars. And this Porsche was, at one point, I believe, in contention for 3rd place. So I'm not sure if it was just penalties or maybe they've got they have a quicker driver or what's going on, but now all they need to be thinking about
is that Porsche has just been slowly slipping through the field as the race has gone on.
That's where we were talking about consistency is really is king. That was the number 91 Aston Martin diving into the pits there. You can see in the corner of the camera there. We're going to follow these 2 right now. That Porsche cannot do much about the BMW straight line speed. You can see him just getting closer 1 inch at a time.
There is no match for BMW M Power.
There is not. As he gets outside, I don't know if he's going to be able to hang on to that line going through the corner. No, he's not. The Porsche does a very good job of putting himself right on the apex so the BMW can't make the pass there. Ben Brown's going to have to wait another lap to try and do that if he's going to make the pass there. But now we're at the stage of the lap where the Porsche does have the decided advantage here. We're going to see if the driver in the BMW is good enough to overcome that. The Porsche doing an excellent job of keeping his car right in the middle of the track, making it very, very difficult for the BMW to decide how he's going to make the overtake. And we can see that's paying off because what used to be bumper-to-bumper action, we now have a gap behind that Porsche of not very much. It's only a half second, but it is more than it was in just a series of 6 corners, simply because of how well balanced that Porsche is.
Here back on the straight, you never know. The BMW power will just kick in, close up the gaps, and you need to close those gaps if you want to try and catch the Porsche around anywhere else other than that main straight.
Very, very true.
Both cars take it pretty well through Aqua Minerale. Is he going to go for it? He's peeking out.
He was peeking at it. Not quite able to make it happen, though. Got a little bit wide there. He's going to lose a little bit of speed, but we're getting to the point now where all he has to do is get right back on the bumper of that Porsche. He's got 2 corners to do it, and then he's got the long straight to try and make the overtake happen, and it looks like he's going to do everything he can. Brakes a little late there, and actually it's going to mean a slower line for him. We'll see if he's able to recover that speed going around the final corner, and now we're going to watch this camera and see if he's able to close it up. I think he is far enough back to where he's not going to be able to make the overtake.
I agree. I think he's got to wait another lap. Although he's closing it, you can see it. He's closing it out.
Yeah, look at that. By the end of the straight, he's just reeling him in. And he can brake late. Yep. And get right back on the bumper there. Fortunately, it is too little too late because now we're back in the Porsche's territory. Great driving out of both cars.
It was the exit of that chicane. I think the BMW driver lost a little bit, started sliding around. I think that was just all the gap the Porsche needed to hold on to the position for at least another lap.
That does appear to be the case. Got a good lineup of cars right there. Actually, I believe, is that a positional change? Because if I remember correctly, Nate Tanner was chasing down another car. It seems like he's gotten out in front of him as we tab over to see him miss the track a little bit. But yeah, that is, I believe, a battle for position there that he has won because, yeah, that Mercedes used to be out in front of him. So a successful overtake for the Camaro. And actually, not very far behind them, I believe. Actually, no, quite a bit behind them. Never mind. I say there's another Camaro that's not far behind them on the leaderboard, but quite a bit far behind them on the track there. Alan Zoe for the Apollo Rusting Club Camaro, which I just, man, I love the creativity of their team with the skin there. Runs a little bit
runs far onto the sand. That's gonna lose him.
Yeah, might lose him some time. He might have also just been trying to get out of the way for a blue flag. Creative.
Was that a faster car, Fred?
That's second place right there behind.
That Porsche, that's true.
Oh wait. Wait. That's a Porsche out in front of a Maserati.
Oh wow.
So the overtake happened somewhere.
And a 1.3 second gap? That's a lot of time to begin. The Maserati must have spun.
Either spun or this driver's just having a little bit more difficult of a time trying to manage those tires.
Yeah.
Something.
Because I remember just like 1 or 2 laps ago, that gap was still 2.5, 3 seconds in the Maserati's favor.
So their last laps, they both did a 152. The Maserati was only 6/100ths slower. So they're more or less driving at the same pace. I wonder if that's just because they had blue flag traffic that was slowing them down. We'll see here, because it looks like they're going to have a chance to stretch their legs out. And we'll see just how big the pace difference is between these two cars. But as we saw, it was a slow bleed over the last 45 minutes of the Maserati just kind of slowly losing a little bit of time to that Porsche. And it was all it needed because that Porsche is out in front now.
And that just shows, even at the start of the race, that Maserati looked like he was just going to run away with it. He was building up 7-8 second gaps to everyone else in the field within the first 20-30 minutes. And now he's lost the position. That's what makes endurance racing so good. It's never over until it's over.
Yeah, and and this isn't necessarily bad either for the Maserati team. You and I have raced on the same team enough times to know that there are faster drivers in our team than others.
Yeah. Both of us being the slower.
Yeah. The objective of the slower drivers is just simply to lose as little time as possible. It's not necessarily to prevent losing positions, because again, we're fighting to compete. The competition is to complete as many laps in the amount of time as you have. So as long as you're continuing to add up that lap count, even if another car is slightly faster than you, if you're the slower driver, when you get your fast driver in, your goal really is just to make sure that they lose as little time as possible. You're kind of the support driver.
Exactly.
And if that is the case with the way this team is lined up, and based on the lap times, that does look like how it is. Adam Dubiel here is doing a phenomenal job of making sure that he's not getting blown out of the water by the car that overtook him, because even at that, it took him 45 minutes for that Porsche to get in front of him. That's remarkably good for a slower driver.
Yeah, and the Porsche being one of the strongest GT4 cars in the game, and the Maserati, as we've said a lot, having 0 assists, it's tough.
So yeah, that overtake, not a disappointment whatsoever. Still phenomenal driving out of the Maserati team. Let's see if we can't find a little battle for position going on. Let's see, 87 is going actually.
18 and 19?
Let's take a look. Ooh, there we go. We got a little bit of a train going on. Although that Porsche is blue. Yeah, they're also mistaken. Yeah, that's 4th place right there. So separated by a car trying to get past them. Oh, and actually, okay, this is interesting. So we actually see two different battles happen. Oh my God, that was scary. Careful, Porsche. Ooh. That was scary. Okay, nobody did anything wrong there. That was just really close. That was really close. But what I was saying is actually we have two battles that we're watching on screen right now for very different parts of the leaderboard. So we have the Porsche and that BMW we were watching earlier. That Porsche being just in front of the Aston Martin we have the cameras trained on right now. And then that is an Aston and a Mercedes that are battling for position. Although, an interesting development, that the Mercedes that we see out in front there was previously behind N. Tanner, the Camaro, who's now got a little bit of a gap between them and the car out in front. So not sure what happened there. We'll see if we can see him coming around the corner. No, quite a big gap now.
It must be a pit stop.
Yeah, is it the same driver? Let's see. No, it's the same driver.
Same driver.
Yeah, maybe had an off track or something like that. We missed it.
That's a big gap. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the car. See if we can see any damage. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, maybe just a unfortunate off track, excuse me. But keeping the car going the right way around the track.
You know, one of my favorite parts about this game is seeing all the dirt accumulate on the cars as these endurance races keep going on and on.
Really, yeah, it really can't be stated enough just how much love and attention went into making this game what it is from the developers. Because you're absolutely right. You can see the dirt and the mud and the oil starting to accumulate on the car. You can see the damage start to stack up. You know, the paint gets scraped off, tires get worn. I mean, every single aspect of this game has had so much care and attention put into it to making it the most realistic simulator that there is. There are not enough praises that can be sung. And they've gone to the level of absurdity that at Kyalami, not where we're racing, but at the South African track, they put so much attention into it that they have actually modeled the water drainage that you never see while you're driving. You can only see it if you hop into free camera and go over and navigate to it. But depending on not just how long it's been raining, but how intense the rain has been, you can see the drainage channels fill up at different rates of speed. The water moves differently. It's absolutely insane. And if you think that that's absurd, they've put even more effort into actually modeling the physics of the car, the tire wear, the way the steering wheel feels, the way the aero works, the way it degrades depending on how much damage you have. There really isn't any stone that's been left unturned by the devs. And that makes for really exciting racing.
You and I have both done wet races at Spa before, right? You're aware of the puddle at the top of Eau Rouge?
Oh, yeah.
You know, when it was the Formula One race 2 weeks ago was going on, obviously it was too much rain for them to actually race in. But during the qualifying, you could see the drivers, they started hydroplaning a little bit over that same puddle at the top of the hill. And I thought that was just an unbelievable attention to detail that, you know, they've modeled the track so well, even the water accumulates at the same spots.
Yep. And to answer your question, stuck on truck, yeah, it is because they laser scan every track. And then they go and review the laser tracks or the laser scans, and then they review how weather impacts the track conditions, where the rubber accumulates on the car. I mean, everything's been thought of. And both as a driver and just as somebody who loves technology in general, I'm an IT guy by trade. It is incredible to me just how accurately they simulate these cars and the tracks that they race on. Now all they need to do is get, like, you know, Circuit of the Americas. Come on, let's get the whole GT calendar on there. All right, let's look around here. Let's see if we can't find some battles to watch. Looks like the 95 car. Yeah, okay. I think this is for position. No, it's not. It's not. Who's that? That is... Okay, that's B. Brown. They're up in 8th place. So not quite a battle for position there. What's going on here? Is that 102 behind him? Trying to find a battle for position going on right now, folks. But like I said, we're kind of at the stage of the race right now where everybody's going to be staggered and nobody's in the right order. Sometimes it's kind of hard to find.
I've been looking around. The gaps are too far apart, even amongst the people who are just in the wrong spots.
that's the closest one. Jonathan Atkinson in the Alpine with Ben Brown in the BMW, just a corner behind.
I think even closer would be the battle for 11th place, Will versus Melon Pitch.
Okay. Oh, nice and behind the trees there.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So, Moose will be right back. He's controlling the camera, so for now we're just going to be watching Melon Pitch drive around. Chasing down a Mercedes right now of We Will. Currently running about 2.5 seconds back. Good exit off the chicane. Following down, right about here you would want to see them start braking around 100 meters, turn in early. You can use a lot of curb around these two corners, although over here it's not really the best spot for the Ginetta to be in. That car has such bad gearing, he's just going to top out halfway through and be a sitting duck for anyone who would happen to be behind him. I don't think he'll catch the Mercedes over here. You'll see that gap continue to expand. Did a 152.8, only a second off his best, which is pretty good for 50 minutes into a long stint. It's going around the first two chicanes added in a few years ago to make the track a bit more safer after the deaths of Ayrton Senna and Ratzenberger. Over there coming up to Tosa. Good wide entry. Misses the apex by a little bit, so he's going to lose a little bit of time there. At the top of the hill, it's the same kind of blind uphill turn. It's very important to carry a lot of speed through there. He misses that apex too a lot. He might even pick up a track cut penalty for that corner as he heads down into Acqua Minerale.
Depending how many he's accumulated so far, we might see a drive-through, although by now we would have seen the penalty get handed out, so.
And we know Melon Pitch well enough to know he's probably got a few warnings.
Yep, he's probably been running on 3 warnings for the majority of the race.
I was narrating his lap. He was doing well. Had a few missed apexes here and there, but at this stage in the stint, the tires got to be so far away from their peak performance. You got to take whatever grip you can get.
Yeah, very, very true, and that's especially a salient point considering we are coming up to the halfway mark of this race with just 5 minutes until the halfway mark. We're going to be getting ready for the next round of driver changes as well. But it does look like right now, at least, this is the closest thing that we have to a battle. Let's go ahead and shift the camera over to the Mercedes that we're watching Melon Pitch chase down. Vlad Will in the Lippert Motorsport AMG.
I do like that livery. I believe that is... Have you ever seen highlights of the 2019 12 Hours of Bathurst?
I have not.
It was a very good last 20-minute finish. It was so many cars, GT3 cars, just rolling down the mountain. And you know what? Actually, coincidentally, they were battling each other like bumper to bumper for the last 20 minutes while trying to get around a GT4 Ginetta, if I believe correctly.
Oh, wow.
And I think there was a Mercedes with that same livery who ended up grabbing the last podium spot, although I could be wrong on that one.
Either way, it's absolutely absurd, man. Bathurst is scary enough in a 1-hour race, and it's even scarier in any additional length of race, and it's even worse with mixed field. That's just nightmare fuel.
Something fun to do on Bathurst is to park at the top of the mountain and then just let it roll down and see where you end up. Play a little pinball with the walls.
I mean, I do that when I'm trying to drive it regularly, so I don't know if I need to try to do that on purpose. catching up to some back markers here. It's going to be Nate Tanner in the Ronin Racing Camaro right there. Ooh, looks like he got the back end a little bit loose there. Has to dive to the outside to not lose control of the car, but now he's got an AMG behind him that's going to want to get around. Based on the speed that they're going at, it doesn't look like he's going to give it to him for free, which again, he's not obligated to do. But we'll see what happens here as they come into the first corner. Okay, he brakes early and lets the AMG get out in front. Good decision making. Now he's in between a battle for position. We'll see if he's able to get out of it as smoothly as he got into it.
What position is that car in the middle in? Is that Tanner?
Yeah, it's Nate Tanner in 20th position.
Oh, his
Pitch
mouth
gets
pitch runs a little bit
loose
wide.
there, yeah. On him. Actually, if I were smart, I'd watch Tanner, because then we'll have them both in the camera.
This lap for Melon Pitch looking quite a bit tighter than the last couple he was doing.
Yeah, and actually going quite a bit quicker than the Mercedes out in front. Interestingly enough, Mercedes is down 1.2 seconds on their previous lap. Melon Pitch more or less in lockstep with his. But now closing up on that Camaro. See if he's able to make the move to get around it. I do believe they're actually sharing radios right now because we do all kind of come from the same group of drivers. But we'll see what happens here.
If any team orders get thrown out.
Yeah.
AlphaTauri and Red Bull.
Yep, let's the...
Tanner goes wide, lets Melon Pitch sneak through there.
Yep, and we'll watch the battle for, what would that be? Isn't like 11th?
11th?
Yeah.
Yep, and that's the way to do it if you're a back marker. Like, Tanner probably lost 4 or 5 tenths max that lap. Just from going wide.
You know, usually, a lot of the mistake, and that just speaks to his experience in endurance racing. We both personally have raced with him quite a bit. The tendency usually is, well, I'm just going to go really slow, but take the regular line, and they'll go around me. And then basically, what it looks like to every car trying to get around you is that you parked on the apex, and now you're a hazard. So yeah, getting to the outside and letting them pass on a nice low-speed corner is the best way to do it. Good judgment call from him. And the gap is shrinking between these two cars. What used to be pretty sizable has shrunk down to now just less than a second. And this is where the Ginetta is going to be really strong, is at the end of its tire life, again, because that car is so light and it has so little tire wear comparative to the AMG, that it's going to be able to hang on to its performance a little bit longer. And with just 1 minute to go until the halfway mark, both of these drivers are going to be getting to the end of the stint, the end of their tire lives. I think that might be the difference we're seeing between these two cars.
Absolutely, and the Mercedes is known for being a bit of a fuel guzzler, being a bit heavier car. That's going to put some more strain on the tires.
Yep.
But for Melon Pitch, it's all about how much ground can he make up on that Mercedes before he gets taken to Gapplebee's on that main straight.
Yeah, well, and even the other thing he has to think about is he maybe only has another 5 or 10 minutes left in his stint as well, so he doesn't have a lot of time. And we see right now he is gaining time on the car in front, but he doesn't have a lot of time to continue to gain time.
So for the second round of pit stops, as we can already see quite a few cars sitting in the pits right now, do you think there is a better chance for some overtakes through strategy versus on-track battling?
Yes.
I'm starting to see quite a few gaps out in the field.
We are halfway through.
Yep, there's the halfway mark of the race, and the reason I say yes is especially the second driver is usually when you see a rotation to a different paced driver, it's almost never the case that you have two identically paced drivers. So it really does come down to how well the secondary driver did maintaining gaps or overtaking cars or whatever it may have been to get their fast driver back in the car and let them charge away. Oh my goodness. Tokyo drift around that corner for Melon Pitch and the Ginetta there. Right at the halfway mark of the race, you can tell his tires are at the end of their life because, yeah, it is really twitchy coming around the hairpin, too, when he's getting on the accelerator. Got to be very careful nursing those tires. We were just saying the Ginetta's does great on tires. I don't know if that's him just getting impatient on the throttle or if it really is it starting to lose its ability to bite. but more or less hanging on to that 1 second gap, not getting any closer, not getting any farther behind. It might just be, you know, hanging on to that rear bumper of the AMG to see which one pits first. I'm looking at the splits right now to see if we have any other close battles for position. Does not appear to be the case. I think this is what we're following right now. Got a couple more cars heading into the pits. Got a driver swap for the number 115 Camaro we were watching a little bit ago. Nate Tanner giving the seat back to Daniel Fletcher. Ooh, and a mistake out of pitch. Not sure where, but that gap seems to have gotten quite a bit larger between him and the AMG. He's busy looking at the timings to see what happens. Stream saw it, hopefully. Is he going to go into the pits yet? No, he's going to go out for another lap. And assuming they lined it up perfectly, again, we've got 65-minute stint timers. So assuming everything went flawlessly.
Looks like we have a bit of drama at the hairpin.
Yeah, I
multiple cars off.
Saw that on the map. Number 2 is the number I see. Back on the track, yeah. So again, they may have just run wide, missed their braking marker, and run wide off the track. I've certainly done that more than a couple of times.
This is not a very forgiving track at all.
No.
I wonder what's harder, because in the GT4s you have a bit more ride height. You can take a lot of these curves a lot more aggressively. But in the GT3 you do have the downforce, which makes some of these turns just
a lot easier.
Which would be impossible, you know, some of them in the GT4.
Yep.
But at the same time, in the GT3, you remember several laps ago there was an overtake and one of them had to give back the position because they ran over the curbs.
Right.
In the GT3, that could have been a trip to the pits.
Yeah.
Yep, race over.
Man, you can see just how much weight that Camaro is shifting around on its tires when it's coming off those curbs, almost all of the weight on the left-hand side of the car, and they are still pushing it around the corner. It really just speaks to the bravery you have to drive these cars to their limits, because at that point, he was basically riding a bicycle. A lot of drivers in the pits right now, including the AMG we were following just a little bit ago. Take a look at the pit lane. Got a couple cars in there. And get right back out to the track. You can see Mellon pitch in the back there. We'll see if he's going to go into the pits. No, he's going to leave it out again. Again, if all things perfect, they wouldn't necessarily need to change drivers until the 1 hour and 50-minute mark if they did it perfectly. So they may still have some time yet on the timer. Although, as we saw, those back tires are starting to show a little bit of signs of wear. Getting squirrely on the exits there as he continues to try and chase down that AMG up in front. Looking around the field for other battles for position. I don't really see too much. See some close gaps. That's about it. A lot of cars in the pits now. I think at this point, at least half the field has served their or done their driver swap. So now is the stage where if you had fast drivers, they're back in the car. So it'll be very interesting to see. Okay, so the Maserati is going to leave the pits in second place. I say the second place because the Camaro out there hasn't pit yet, so they're not actually in first. So it is going to be Porsche Maserati 1 and 2. We'll see if that Maserati is able to reel them back in. Let's take a look and see if they're even close in the field. This camera angle not giving me a lot of information. There we go. Oh yeah, they are more or less on top of each other.
Looks like we're starting to see a nice battle for 11th place between Stack in the BMW and Pike in the Alpine.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that here in just a second. I want to watch because we know we have the fast driver back in the Maserati, and if
let's see what kind of pace he's going to put out.
Yeah, and he's not very far behind that Porsche. They had a great pit stop. Which, okay, yeah, there we go. The splits just update. Yeah, 1.2 seconds between the two of them. You can see really pushing that car early. That's a risky decision this early into the pit or into the stint. Those tires have still got to be below optimal temperature. Maybe squeezing some temperature out of there, but we're also talking about a not human being driving the car, so what do I know? But chasing down that Porsche coming up the hill, up into the fast left-hander here.
If the first stint is anything to go by, I think it shouldn't be much of a problem at all for that Maserati to regain the lead in first.
I would tend to agree with you.
Well, we never know. Maybe the Porsche can make some magic happen and keep it interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also know all it's going to take is even a millisecond of lapse of attention for that Maserati driver. That thing is going sideways or has flat spots. So
Yeah.
anything could happen here.
It's another reason I'm surprised he's taking these curbs so aggressively on his outlap.
You know, he might just be trying to force his way out in front of that Porsche, and then he'll relax. You never know. But yeah, look at that. What was previously a 1.2 second gap, now less than a second, getting closer to a half second.
And man, that Porsche just looks so small with that Maserati right behind it.
It really does. Definitely chasing him down. And this is going to be the battle to watch right now. Had to make up positions, made up 5, let's go. Number 13 for life. Yeah, no, outstanding driving. You had a couple of rough little penalties got handed out to you guys, but you stuck in the race, and yeah, make up some positions. You love to see it. You know, with 2 hours left in the race, just about. You know, every position counts. That gap is still continuing to shrink, although not as quickly as it was before. Let's see what happens here, because I think in just another lap or two, we might have some overtake attempts from that Maserati behind.
He's really made up half a second in one lap.
Yeah.
Incredible. Incredible driving from this Maserati.
Yeah, he was a second faster than the Porsche in the previous lap.
That's
Oh,
just
they've got a
unbelievable.
lot of traffic out in front of him, though.
Oh, you can see the high beams coming out.
Yep.
Another drive-through for R. Brown in the 18th place Mercedes. Those track limits will get you.
Yeah, you really got to be careful with those, especially in the longer races. Okay, so it looks like they get around the Camaro of D. Fletcher relatively painlessly. And they have another back marker to get through, and then another after that. But yeah, that gap has more or less disappeared now, with that Maserati probably just barely being in draft range. They start reeling in that Porsche out in front, and there's nothing that Porsche can do about it other than just keep the car right in the middle of the road and hope he makes the overtake difficult. If you even defend it at all. It may not necessarily be the best decision, you never know, but they are going to, yeah, he's going to fight tooth and nail for it. But with
I think the Porsche is the overall stronger car. I think it's enough that it makes it worth defending.
Oh, 100%. It's just going to be difficult to drive or defend against a car that's a second a lap faster than you.
Yeah.
Which was not
They
repeated.
don't have any electronics. Like, you know, if you can put them under pressure, you can make them get impatient.
Well, it's just kind of how you have to drive it. I mean, at this point.
Yeah.
Because he's not, I mean, even this is the worst place for these two drivers this could have happened, because they've got a field of cars that are all slower than them that they're trying to get around while trying to pass one another.
But it's the best place for us.
It is the best place for us, because keeping the action going.
Both get really good lines in through Aqua Minerale.
Ooh, looks up the outside, trying to get in the Porsche driver's head. Does hang on to the outside line. Just maybe hoping for a good cut back onto the track to try and get the better exit there. It doesn't quite happen that way, but they do get a back marker out of their way there. And now they're going to continue to charge up the field to the next one, which is an Alpine by the looks of it. Porsche right on his rear bumper. And they're going to keep it nice and respectful, keep things nice and clean.
You know, I know commentator's supposed to be unbiased, but I'm rooting for the little Seattle Seahawks colored Porsche.
Maserati taking advantage of the other Porsche they're trying to get ahead of, and then he's got the draft come down. He's got the straight line speed to where they are going to go through the first corner too wide, and we might see something exciting happen.
Porsche stays a little bit ahead. He holds on to it, at least for now. Good lines through that first turn.
That was a great defensive line for the Porsche. What could have been an easy overtake for the Maserati. Positions his car in just the spot to where the Maserati can't easily get around. Does it again. Oh, and they're going to get very close there. That was not contact. It was real close, though. Top on the board with the Porsche. Excuse me, folks. There we go. We're going to watch this because these two are getting close enough to where this camera is going to make sense. Coming around the hairpin, they're going to go uphill. Let's see who got the better exit there. It does look like the Porsche did that very, very well. Maserati got a bit loose at the exit, but again, the thing just has so much speed if he gets it right, if he gets it stuck down, that doesn't really matter. He's able to keep that Porsche within striking distance. Might have an attempt at it at Aqua Minerale, depending on how he does under the brakes here. And again, has no ABS to make this stop easy. And still, he's oh my goodness, look at him gain on the Porsche there.
It's unreal.
The nerve, just the absolute lack of care for his safety.
As the high beams come out.
But the Porsche doing a very, very good job of keeping the line clean and keeping it consistent, not making it easy for that Maserati to get around him. And this is the kind of defensive driving that he has to do right now if he's going to keep that Maserati behind him. Because again, the name of the game is not necessarily preventing him from passing. It's keeping him from passing for as long as he can. Because the longer that Maserati is behind the Porsche, the more time the less time the Maserati has to go way faster. Because once he gets out in front, based on the lap times that we saw out of this driver earlier, that Maserati is going to be flying. So the longer the Porsche keeps the Maserati behind, ooh, but look at him reel him in on the straight there. Not quite enough to make something happen in turn one. They're going to get really close. Man, he wanted to turn in on that. Good judgment kept him from causing a collision there. Like to see that. But he is now within striking distance of that Porsche now, and he's probably going to be there for the rest of the lap now. They're very close. And even though the Porsche is probably better suited for this stage of the track, that Maserati is making chump change out of it because he's making it look easy. Coming around the hairpin. Again, neither one of them seems to have a distinct advantage over the other, although the Maserati is now close enough to where he's getting the draft advantage from the Porsche. Coming up the hill, that can be a big advantage. Coming around here. God, both of them keeping that so tidy. Yeah, that Maserati it definitely has the better line going through Aqua Minerale, but again, because that Porsche's in front, he just can't get around him.
How many more laps do you think he can keep this up for? Because I'm loving this battle.
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to, because if he keeps driving like this, he might even be able to keep it up for the remainder of the stint, unless that Maserati tries to get creative, which it looks like he's trying to get in his head. If you look, he's peeking on the inside and the outside, trying to find any way around this Porsche, and that Porsche is just keeping the car right in the middle of the track, which is exactly where he needs to be. He dips the tires a little bit wide there, not quite into the dirt, but just a little bit wide. But now that Maserati right on his rear bumper might have the ability to make the overtake happen on the straight. You can see him he's just inching closer and closer, and it is going to be almost right in time as they come down to the first corner. He is going to have the speed, getting as close to that Porsche as he can to try and squeeze him to the inside so he can have a clean outside line, but has to brake early to try and not
Porsche pulls ahead.
And the Porsche, brave on the brakes, manages to trail brake around that corner and not send it off, keeping that car just barely out in front. Gets a little bit loose, and the Maserati has the better line coming down the straight. Now it's going to be a drag race down to this next S, and I think the Maserati has it, unless the Porsche does something creative here. No, and that is going to be the Maserati out in front. We'll see if he can hang on to it coming into the hairpin. All it takes is one mistake in this next corner, and we could have that overtake go right back in the other direction. And he hangs on to it.
Missing the apex by a little bit there.
Misses the apex a little bit, but still, that compromise does not seem to have been enough to allow the Porsche to get a distinct advantage coming up the hill, up into this fast left-hander. We'll see if he's able to hang on to it in Aqua Minerale, but I think this is where the Maserati is going to lose him, because we saw in the previous laps that the Porsche is a little bit slower here. Let's see what happens. Ooh, it went the other way that time. The Porsche gaining a little bit of ground there. You know, the Maserati may be faster, but right now that Porsche is fighting to try and hang on for as long as he can. I don't think I can look away from this. Oh, the cameraman doesn't care. He's going to do that again. I don't know why that camera's weird. Let's try it. Let's try again. Come on. There we go.
Maserati starting to pull away a little bit.
Yeah.
He's already put 4/10 at the last split. Nice early turn-in into these final 2 corners. It's so crucial for getting the good lap times.
Yep, both of them kissing the apex, using all the runoff they have there, getting their tires out on the AstroTurf without invalidating there, and it does look like the Maserati is going to start to pull away. In what
Very
seems like an
impressive
eternity
defending
only
for
happened.
many laps.
Yeah.
By that Porsche.
Yep. Yeah, what seems like an eternity of us watching was only about 17 minutes of race time, but that was all that he needed. And that Maserati is back out in front, is going to pull away.
You know, when you're in the seat, 17 minutes feels a lot longer than it really is.
Feels like a lifetime. But, man, we've got quite the pack forming up ahead of these guys, which they will almost certainly catch before the end of their stint. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on over there. Yeah, okay, here we go.
I think the battles between from 15 all the way down to 18 just keeps getting closer and closer.
Yep, so this is for position 2 Aston Martins, racing down the hill over into the final 2 corners here. And they're going to try and do it side by side, it looks like, unless the Onid Racing of the number 69 car manages to keep it out in front. And around the last corner as well. Now it's going to be a drag race down the first straight. And the Aston Martin behind is going to have the draft advantage, if only just barely. We'll see if it's enough for a move in the first corner. Does not look like it's going to be. So number 69 is going to be able to keep himself out in front here for a little bit.
I think an update from a battle we were watching a little bit ago. It looks like Melon Pitch has gone past Wee Bill, the number 12 Mercedes.
I tabbed back over to the battle for first because it is still a battle for first. Rough lap for the Maserati driver. Actually gets outpaced by the Porsche by 2/10. So this may not be over yet. We've got a yellow flag out in front of him, though. Which seems to have cleared itself up, maybe? A little bit of off-track action there. 5-second penalty to the car we're watching, apparently. Oh, it might be a 15er by the time it's done. A little bit of commentator's curse there.
Chapter for the 14th place. Is that one of the Aston Martins we're watching? I can't tell because there are 4 Aston Martins in a row in our general neighborhood.
No, that one was out in front. We were watching these guys here. It looks like Melon Pitch may be finishing the race for them. It does not look like Anthony Jones is in the comm channel with them.
Uh-oh.
So he might be finishing this race for the team.
Is there a maximum driver time?
Not that they'll hit. I think that if they, as long as one of them does a stint, it should be fine. But I would have to review the rules here. But we're going to watch this race here between Jay Ashley and G. Mongol. Or Mugnol. And these are the exciting battles to watch. Yeah, it's exciting to watch first and second. The fastest cars on the track do their thing, but there's something to be said for watching 2 of the identical car, and the only difference between the 2 of them being the driver that's sitting in it. And as you can see, their pace is very similar, but also we have 4 Aston Martins in a row here. All it looks like racing
Very
for position.
popular car today.
Alpine's still making a strong showing, 3 of them all still in the top 10. Personal
By the
best
third
lap out
of our
of the
grid
32
tonight
car.
is Aston Martin.
Yeah. Ooh, they're going to try something going to the chicane? Nah, he thinks better of it. Filters back in behind. Might see a late braking on the inside. Nope, dives to the outside. Good decision making there. Ooh, 328 picks up the drive-through for speeding in the pit lane.
That's really fun.
Getting right on the rear bumper, man. The 801 car really wants to get around that the Aston Martin out in front. Just not able to make it happen.
You can really tell that following Aston Martin is having to slam on the brakes. He's just braking that much later just to try and not hit him.
Ooh, and he's going to try something on the outside here.
I think for this corner, the defensive line is just too strong. As I say that, I might just be proven wrong.
Yeah, because
Nope.
he really had to compromise on the brakes there to not lose control of the car. And allows the number 69 car to stay out in front just a little bit longer.
I think it's the same situation we saw earlier in the race where, you almost have it, but then you run over all those curves and it just ruins your attempt.
Alright, let me look around here. We actually have a driver interview here that we're going to line up. So, let's go ahead and grab... Ooh, not sure what happened there. The number 69 car completely loses control of the car. And allows 2 cars to pass. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, those off-tracks are just so punishing. He lost 3 or 4 on-track positions just from one small mistake.
It just shows you how important it is to be consistent in these longer races. Because, yeah, 1 position, and you go from racing for a position to losing almost 4 of them. Really unfortunate.
In GT4 cars, when everyone's driving the same car, you could be spending the next 40, 50 minutes just trying to recover from a split-second mistake.
So,
Who are we bringing in?
we've got one of the drivers from the number 32 car. So let me go ahead and get tabbed over to their team. So car. Currently Ryan Brown in the seat. It's going to be his teammate. I forget what their name was. Let me go over here. Let's look. Number 32 car is... So it's going to be Jay Haskell. So he's going to be joining us here in the commentary booth in just a moment. Just got to find what voice chat they're in. In fact, if you're watching, Jay Haskell, if you could move yourself into just the ACC 1 radio, just so you're right next to where I'm looking. I don't see you in the Enduro commands. DM you as well. Let's see here. Am I blind? Are you blind?
I
Oh, there
don't
he
see
is.
him
There
either.
we go.
There he
All
is.
right, go ahead and we'll pull him in here. All right, welcome to the commentary booth. Jay
Welcome.
Haskell from the number 32 AMG team joining us in the commentary booth. How you guys feeling about your race so far today?
Hey, so yeah, it's, so far it's going okay. Could be better.
Sure.
I guess there's been a couple of issues here and there, and yeah, but we're recovering. recovering. So it's been a good race so far, though. There's been some good battles. Yeah, mainly just a couple of issues on our end that have seen us have some setbacks. But yeah,
Sure. No, I gotta apologize. We've seen so much going on today that I can't keep track of whose team's doing what or what car happened to whatever. But AMG, how's the car feeling here at Imola? Why'd you guys? What was your decision behind choosing that car?
So I don't know. We tested the BMW, and then we tested the Porsche.
Okay.
And they both felt pretty good. We didn't think about testing the Maserati, which is obviously
Understandable.
yeah. But yeah, it seems to be working quite well at this rate, at this track, with the leaders. But after we tried the Porsche and the BMW, we weren't sure on either, and we tried to find something that was kind of in the middle of both.
Gotcha.
Because the Porsche it goes in really quickly, so you get a lot. But you kind of waiting to put the power down, whereas the BMW is really understeery.
Yeah.
True. So we tried the Merc, and it was kind of just like right in the middle for us. And when we did some tests, I mean, we were doing 51s between us, so we were pretty comfortable with it. But obviously, track conditions and stuff altered and all that stuff. Yeah, our pace isn't where we thought we would be, but it's not too bad otherwise. It's pretty good.
I mean,
so as a driver, how has the track changed from the start of the race to now? I know it's a 2 times time multiplier, so we are quite a bit later in the day.
Yeah, the track temperature dropped quite considerably over the last hour or so. So it was around 32 degrees, I think, at the start of the race, but it's dropped down to 20 odd now. So it's definitely, it means the tires go off, and most of these cars are quite sensitive to having the correct tire pressures to get the best laps out of the car. The minute you start losing tire pressure, obviously the tires, you can feel the tire getting softer. So when you steer in, the car leans a little bit more than you want it to. And yeah, it doesn't gain as much grip through corners. So yeah, it makes a big difference on the tires. Yeah, otherwise the track isn't too bad really. It's just preparing your next stint, and making sure that you're doing things to replicate what the track's doing.
Yep. And actually, we just saw a best lap for your team so far for the race out of Ryan. Just at a 151.9, getting it under that 152 benchmark. So excellent driving from your co-driver here. Yeah,
he's doing. I was driving the first 2 stints there, so I feel bad really because I gave him a car with 2 track limits and down in the positions because of stuff that happened. It was it was kind of out of our control. I think we had the car 13 BMW hit us on the start finish straight. Just it's been dealt with, penalties and stuff like that.
Sure.
So it's been dealt with, but just a couple of issues, and then we've had a drive-through penalty as well for track limits.
Which can be exceptionally difficult to avoid when, especially with the GT4 lines. It really is about cheating the track limits as much as you can.
Yeah, we've had a couple. We overtook a car earlier on, and the move was being debated for about, I think, 25 minutes, because it was going into the first chicane, like first set of corners, and I think some people tend to forget that if you're down the field and you've got faster cars catching up with you, like that's where we are right now in terms of positioning.
Right.
You kind of have to use those faster cars behind. I think some people tend to forget that, but if you can use a faster car behind to get past the guy in front of you, then that's racing. That's thinking about it and thinking about where to let that guy go. If you let a guy go where it doesn't really hurt you, and then you keep up with that guy in front for a little bit, you're bound to pass the person next in front of you for the position. So yeah, so there's been a bit of that. Obviously, I think that's helped us gain a few positions back.
Yeah, I mean that speaks to your team's experience in endurance racing, because that's one of those things. Common sense would suggest, well, I want to not let people pass me for as long as I can. Usually forgetting, okay, well, I've got faster. I mean, that in a race this long, with the race leaders going as quickly as they are, they're going to catch you inevitably. And it's all about finding every little advantage that you can in racing, and that's a big one. We've actually seen it executed on pretty well out of some of the other cars.
Yeah, it's there are people that know how to do it, and there are people that are kind of new to the whole. There's a lot of people. I think we can probably agree that ACC's brought a lot of new people that enjoy the racing and don't necessarily understand the racecraft. Which I know that's a setting. I know that's like a thing in the safety rating. Is racecraft, but that isn't a true replication of what racecraft really is. It's about understanding the cars in front of you, what they're going to do. You've got to see like incidents coming before they've actually happened. Time after time, that kind of proves right. So, yeah, I just want to say as well, while we're on stream, big thanks to the people that we're running our livery for this evening. CRS is a community that's been running for about a year and a half, 2 years now, and the admins all do a fantastic job. Yes, it's a big thanks to them, and obviously they're always running races on Xbox and PC. Recommend people to get involved with it because it's a great little community. And
are you guys primarily EU based, or do you do mixed races, like both US, EU, all around the world, or?
It depends on the time of day that we run it, I guess.
Sure.
It depends. It's like American, like yourself. You guys will run things at your time, sort of that suits you guys.
Right.
But sometimes it ends up suiting those guys over in Europe. So there's a good crossover there. And we've got a couple of people that are from the US and a few people that are from, a couple of people from like mid Europe and Italy. And, most people are from the UK in the server because that's where it's built from.
Yeah, well, and that's also just where the majority of the population in the game is from. Europe definitely has us covered as far as player count goes. So that's kind of one of the nice things about getting you guys included in these, is it generally attracts a much larger player base, and we get to seed grids that are 30 cars tall. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, we've managed to field 2 teams this week. So the other car in our team fold is the car in 13th, car 87.
Currently Ian Hall at the wheel.
Yeah, he's literally just been signed by us as well. He got signed by us just this week, so he's doing a really fantastic job. Peter Greaves, as well, his teammate, well-known sim racer. He's doing quite well as well. So proud of those guys; they're doing a really good job.
We've been talking about it a lot here from the commentary booth. But honestly, there's everybody's putting on a remarkable performance. That there's only 4 laps between the race leader and 24th is not something that you see often. And we kind of got the impression that's how this race was going to go based on the qualifying performance out of all of the teams. But to then see that stay consistent and true to how the race performance is going is remarkable, and it really does speak to everybody's proficiency as a driver in all the teams.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think you put this. If this had happened 5 years ago, it might have been a bit messy.
Yeah.
Things have improved so much since esports kind of really launched. People take it more seriously now because if they take it seriously, you can do something with it. And so the lobbies and these events now are starting to fill up with better and better people. So it's amazing.
Yeah, and the greatest thing about more and more people too is you do pick up a lot of the more skilled drivers, and even those that we call aliens. But just as a matter of just how math works, there is a bell curve kind of to driver skills. So as you pick up the faster people, you also fill out more and more of the middle ground and the slower drivers. So really, sim racing has never been in a better place for people to hop into it and just pick a league and get used to driving, find a car you really like, and start to get your way, work your way into the community, and It really never has been a better time.
No, there really never has been a better time. It's great. You know, it's so much fun watching. You know, racing now, like esports racing, how far it's come. You know, to think a couple of years ago, it was just like it was still a game. It wasn't really. It was kind of like an underground thing. You know, I think most competitions, at least, were, as far as I'm aware, were like based on like MMOs and stuff rather than racing, because real racing kind of had it covered.
Right.
But yeah, I think, you know, esports, like I say, the last year or so with what's happened, it kind of had that effect of affecting other things,
Right.
you know, and yeah, it's impressive to see, like you say, the actual like amount of good drivers now is really good to see, and everyone pushes each other as well. I think that's one of the great things about an esports community is everyone kind of pushes each other. You know, if you're in a team with someone, there's actual team spirit. There's an actual job to do. You know.
Yep.
Um,
And especially in endurance racing, it's, you know, there's a little bit of an exception here because, you know, you guys for right now, you know, you're a two-man team. But when you get into those longer races, you know, the 8 to 12-hour races, and you got a team of 4 guys, you know, it really does come down to, you know, who has what job, who's doing what. I mean, I've participated in a couple of 24-hour races now, and in one of them, I was literally just the crew chief. All I did was keep track of tire pressures for everybody in the spot.
yeah.
And what a crew chief he was.
Yeah, it's one of those crazy things because, I mean, me and Ryan, we drive most of the cars together in our team. Usually when we're teamed up, it's usually me and him, and we obviously part of this. We're part of an OTL British GT Championship, which is a 2-hour thing, every couple of weeks. We did a 2-hour of Monza last week as well, so we did a 2-hour of Snetterton, and then we did a 2-hour of Monza on the same day. And then we've got today, so we're doing obviously 4 hours in here, which is really good with ARC. And then tomorrow we're in the championship that we're kind of really focusing on. Like, it's the main one for us is SOP, the SOP Endurance Challenge, which is a 6-hour race of Spa tomorrow, just between me and Ryan. So it's a big, hefty task tomorrow to do something. But you do these smaller events. So, well, this isn't really small. This is 4 hours. This is still quite a long race, and we kind of wanted that. You know, we get 4 hours done in a GT4 today. We'll be fine with a GT3 tomorrow. It's got more grip. It's got more downforce. It's more reliable in terms of what the car's going to do. GT4s can be a little bit hit and miss in corners, especially around Imola. I've found.
Yeah.
I don't know about yourself, but certain cars, you'll do a lap and you'll take the line that you've taken. It's like, cool, that was good. I got a good lap out. You'll do the exact same thing the lap after, and it will all go wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all about. I mean, it's all about watching. Like I said before, it's all about watching them tire pressures, and I think some of these drivers are doing that really well. I think that the drivers at the front, like Henneth and Palmer, are doing that, and Lukaszek as well, because I know he's in that Maserati. If you haven't got the right tire pressures in that, I can imagine that would just be
actually
the biggest handful.
Interesting you mentioned the Maserati. Right now, it's actually in the pits. Just came off the jacks actually. So not sure what happened there, but now currently in 4th place. Yeah, Lukaszek's gonna have some work to do.
Kieran Sharp in P3 doing a mega job for OTL. Yeah, that's a good job from them to see them up that high. That's really good.
Yeah. For anybody just joining us right now, we have the teammate of the car we're watching right now. Is joining us for a little driver interview. Sorry, I forgot how words work there for a little bit. But yeah, joining us in the commentary booth, giving us the breakdown of the race from a driver's perspective, which is something we don't have today. So an hour and 20 minutes left in the race. So I'm assuming you've done your 2 stints, and Ryan is going to be the one that finishes it out.
Yeah, we kind of with this race, I don't know. I think some teams have more than one driver, some more than two drivers.
Yep.
So different, but yeah, it's easier to do 2 hours each because you kind of get that groove.
Yeah.
You know, you get the groove. You do a pit stop. You know what you're doing, and then you let the car go, and then the new person kind of gets to grips with it in the first stint, and in the second stint they know what they're doing. Usually, as well, we might see us improve in this last stint that comes up because, yeah, we're looking that we might not have to run as much fuel as we have been doing for most of the race.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you stretch that 65-minute timer for as long as you can, that is the advantage that you feed your tail driver.
Yeah, just unfortunately for us, we were down in 27th after a few laps at the start because of issues with a couple of cars, and I was losing pace myself. I was losing pace to like I was into 25th, and I think I was losing pace to 26th, 7th, and 8th, and then they all just caught up with me. And then I just decided to pit, but I had to pit quite early in my first stint. So I think I had to pit I pitted with like 7 minutes left of my stint. So we've not really used the time properly. We should have probably pitted a bit later, but we couldn't. We were going to lose too much time. So we were looking at probably another 20 minutes in the car, and then another stint for Ryan to finish it off. So yeah, it's one of those. I mean, the track temperature is dropping as well, so I'd say this final one's probably the one to watch out for now for everybody. Is someone's gone off in front of Ryan there. What? Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
A little bit of contact between your teammate and the McLaren going real slow on the
yeah,
racing line.
I don't know why that's going on there. That's a bit. Might get looked at. Yeah, the track temperature's dropping, so I think the game now is who gets those tire pressures right.
Yep.
If you get them wrong, it's not game over. You just have to drive differently. So.
Yeah, you do lose quite a competitive edge, especially against people who may have gotten the tire pressures a little bit closer to where you have, or a little closer to optimal. But,
yeah, it's massive. It is massive, and yeah, I think a lot of people can be like, well, if the setup isn't right, then it's not right. But the setup starts with the tire pressures because that's the only thing touching the ground. Right. So if they're not right, the whole car's not right. You know, and yeah, I think there's like a special range of tire pressures.
Yep.
For this particular game, like 27s. So I mean, it's not like a secret in between sim races that or anything.
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of one of those things everyone either does know or should know, because it's kind of dangerous having cars with low tire pressures out there, especially with you get punches and stuff as well. So, yeah, I don't know if anyone suffered any punctures at this circuit, but this is a circuit that if you do hit the curbs hard enough.
Oh yeah, especially if you've already got low tire pressures, you can pop them. I haven't seen it happen in a race, but I have seen it.
Yeah, it's rare, but it does happen. Usually, if you've got to get it really wrong, though, I guess. So.
Yeah. Well, we got to get back to the race. I'm sure it looks like your driver's closing up on the next car to pass, so I'm sure he'd appreciate a spot. But I want to thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for sharing your perspective on the race so far. And we certainly wish you the best of luck in the rest of the race going forward.
Thanks very much. It's been good to chat.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thanks very much, guys.
All right, let's take a look at where the next battle is. And again, that was Jay Haskell from the number 32 AMG that we've been watching for a little bit. Thank you again for joining us up in the commentary booth. Definitely appreciate the input there.
So before we start looking for the next battle, we should talk about what's going on with the Maserati.
Yeah, from first down to 19th now.
And on my scoreboard, it's saying they're down by 3 laps.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. So anybody in chat who might have contact with anybody on that team, please let us know. I'm certainly curious. But yeah, if we look back over here, same driver, but 3 laps down now. Definitely has some work to do. They're still putting down those blisteringly quick lap times, but they had to have spent a long time in the pits for something. And I can't imagine what possibly could have justified that long of a pit stop. But boy, did it! Because yeah, I don't see any incidents reported for their car number. We would have seen the yellow flag. So I'm not 100%.
And they definitely pit from first place.
Yeah. Not sure, but they have some work to do if they want to scrap this route. Poop brake probably, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Who knows? Yeah, I'd watch the replay, but we can't do that.
Thanks, Kunos.
Thank you, Kunos.
I think if there's a battle we should check out, Fletcher versus Blizzard for 15th place.
Yeah, and actually that's going to be a battle we definitely want to watch because the team that we were just interviewing has been reeling them in a little bit at a time. So we should see them here pretty soon. So let's see, where are they? Where's Ryan on the track? Yeah, he just came around the last bend, so he's like a corner behind them. So we should see him approaching soon, although he does have a 5-second penalty they'll have to contend with. But yeah, we'll watch this battle between Dustin Fletcher and Jay Blizzard here, see what happens. Just a little over an hour to go. Still, anything can happen. As we saw the very commanding race leader in the Maserati go from 1st to 19th. Not sure what happened there. But yeah, anything can happen in a 4-hour race. So who did that allow up in? Is that I believe that would be the Porsche that's up in first place now, yeah.
Yep.
Yep, so that Porsche just keeping things consistent. That's like we were talking about. All about getting as many laps in as he can, stopping as few times as possible. The strategy is working out for him. They are now in first place. And I don't know, where's third place? It's quite a ways back. So they are probably going to hang on to that again, though, with an hour and 12 minutes left. You know, that may not necessarily be a given, although right now it's looking pretty good for them. I'm sure they had a sigh of relief to see that change happened. Let's hop back over to the battle for 15th between, or is it 14th? I can't tell. It is for 15th. Trying to bend off the back. Looking at the field right now, I don't know if there's anything closer.
Something I have noticed is that the weather has gone from bright and sunny to a little bit of clouds.
Yeah, we did see the clouds roll in, and actually the wind has picked up a lot. Actually, oh my god! So we went from overcast and no wind to clouds have rolled in, and there's 10 kilometers an hour of wind. Let's hope that those clouds don't have rain in them, because with the track with as much rubber as it has on it right now, would probably be a disaster for this race.
On the other hand, let us do hope that it starts to rain a little bit.
It would get exciting, we can say that.
For sure.
Let's see here.
All three of the Alpines still sticking in the top 6. Impressive showing from that car.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I haven't done a lot of big GT4 races. I've certainly done some. I've never seen an Alpine perform this well. Or Alpine, excuse me, perform this well, much less 3 of them. Definitely exciting to see that going on. Melon Pitch, we've seen kind of all over the board, but has managed to get his way back up into 9th place in the top 10. Teammates, not sure where he's at, but don't know what
he has returned to the radio channel.
Oh, has he? Okay, so maybe we'll see Anthony Jones be the caboose of the race for their team. For any other closer battles here, see if we got any.
Looks like there might be a battle for 5th place between 5th and 6th.
That's about where I was getting ready to go. Oh, right in my favorite part of the track where the cameraman didn't know what to do. And we got a battle between Alpines in a second of each other. coming up over the hill. They're going to come down into the chicane, see if anything happens under braking. Doesn't look like it's going to this time. Not quite close enough to make something happen there, but just a couple of laps, we might see something happen. Norris says, Moose, you're quiet. Okay. See if I can't do something about that. It also just might have been the case that I was facing away from my microphone when I said that, or whatever it was you were listening to. It's also me trying to preserve my voice, because I've been going on almost 3 hours now. I'm getting more into that late night talk show host, kind of relaxing jazz vibes. But thank you for the heads up. I'll try to keep my mic a little bit closer to my face. All right, what was a 1 second gap now, we've got down to half a second between these two Alpines as they come around the first couple of corners. Might see something heat up here. Let's get a little wider of a camera shot here. Coming into the second S. And is it just me, or does it look like that Alpine behind has a little bit of front end damage? That hood's pushed up a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, I see it. I see a few scrapes on the front bumper.
You can really see it if we go here. Oh yeah, that thing is beat up. That bumper's probably being held on with zip ties and a prayer. Let's see if it's still not having any trouble keeping up with the Alpine out in front. Not sure what's going on with that, if the Alpine just absorbs damage well, or if this driver just has that much pace. We're going to hang out on this camera for a little bit. As we can see, they are keeping it nice and close coming around that corner. Hard onto the brakes into Aqua Minerale. And still, Alpine's nowhere, not losing any ground. He's staying right there. We'll see if he has anything up his sleeve for the chicane here. Doesn't look like it. Again, these pace is too similar for him to try and do anything cheeky. So just takes it single file through there, keeps it nice and clean. The wind has picked up and switched directions 180 degrees, now 11 kilometers an hour in the other direction. Hopefully blowing some rain clouds away from us.
And the wind's changed directions once more.
Or is it, or maybe it's tracking it like relative to the car direction. Maybe that would be a dumb way of doing it, but oh well. All right, he's going to try. Oh, man, look at how anxious he is. He's trying to do anything he can to get around the Alpine out in front. Switching sides, try an inside-outside line. Takes the outside line, which is going to give him a pretty straight shot and maybe a good run down the straight into the next series of S's. Let's see if he's able to make it stick. It does look like he's able to get that inside line to stick. And now it is going to be a drag race to the next series of corners. He's got the inside line. Is he going to brake early, or is he going to hang on to it? He hangs on to it. Forces the Alpine behind to get on the brakes early to avoid the collision, and does make the overtake happen. And that is going to be
so much more track on the exit of that corner. Yeah. You got it.
And it does look like he gets the better line through the hairpin as well, and is going to have the speed advantage going up the hill into the fast left-hander. And that is going to be a successful overtake for that Alpine that is, looks like the front end's been beat to hell and back.
That's the best part about these GT4 cars. They don't have any aero.
Yeah, they can just absorb it. As long as the alignment doesn't get damaged, then you keep going. And sometimes even still then. That is, looks like he's going to hang on to that position too. The Alpine behind tries to make a lunge there under braking, just not quite close enough for it to make any real difference. Let's see how far. They're not terribly far behind fourth place either, which would be the next position for 101 to take. You can see, you saw a little glimpse right there of a black and yellow car. It's the next one ahead of that is for position. So this is a back marker, I believe, out in front of them.
Yes, I believe that car is in 25th place.
25th place, okay. So they're going to need to get around that. Number 87 gets a 15-second penalty. That's hefty. Causing a collision. Let's see, who's that? 87 is Ian Hall. So that was
our guest teammate.
Yeah, so the sister car, I think is the better way.
Sister car.
Yeah. Pick up the 15 seconds. So it looks like looking through the chat logs to see if I can find it. 37. Lap 84, Aquaman Rally. Contact, it resulted in a spin. Oof. Let's see, I'm looking around the field for any other close races. We've got this Alpine still chasing down blue flags, trying to make his way. Once he gets around this car, however, he will be chasing down Derek Stack in fourth position. Ooh, kicks the back end there. Takes a little bit too much curb, loses the back end. Still manages to get enough power stuck down to where he doesn't lose the advantage he has on that Aston Martin out in front. See if the Aston even tries to defend the overtake. Well, they more or less just took their line, but now that Alpine's going to be looking to get around the outside. And I think that they're going to be able to do that successfully, although that Aston Martin is going to take part in this drag race. There's the lift. Okay. Okay, good clean overtakes from our faster traffic there. Good driving out of the blue flag there. Love to see it. And now he begins the charge to Derek Stack, who is 5 seconds out in front. So we're going to look for another battle to watch for a little bit. Let's check in on the Maserati right now. Still in 19th, unable to reel in any other traffic. Last lap was a 152.2. Not sure if that was from trying to get around back markers, although looking at the positioning on the map, that does not appear to be the case. So they're just having a little bit of a rough time trying to get bearing back on the track, but they've got an hour to do so. Might be able to salvage a couple of positions. Taking a look at Ryan Brown currently fending off. It looks like is that a back marker or is that, I can't tell. The 991 car. No, so this is a battle for position. This is the teammate of the gentleman that we were interviewing earlier, currently fending off somebody trying to overtake for position. It's a battle for 16th right now.
Mercedes on Mercedes, equal cars, always good to watch.
We're gonna keep an eye on this for a little bit.
As the following Mercedes loses a little bit on the corner exit.
Based on the last lap, though, that Mercedes behind is a little bit quicker, but they're going to dive into the pits. That's right. We are almost at the final hour mark, which means we're going to see some driver swaps happening, or at least the pit stops to reset stint timers. That was the best lap out of number 32 there. Shaves 0.2 off his previous best. Getting towards the end of the fuel tank there, so the car's going to be lighter, and props to the driver for maintaining the tire life well enough to be able to continue to push at this stage of the stint. But no longer defending a car from behind, so let's see if we can't find... Or is he chasing down Jay Blizzard? Is that the next car for position? It is. So he is chasing down this Aston Martin out in front. We'll see. We're going to hang out with these two just a little bit longer, see if the pit strategy for these two keeps them out on the track long enough to see a battle for position here.
He's got a little bit of ground to make up.
Indeed he does, and both those cars chasing down Dustin Fletcher in the Camaro out in front. Although Mercedes does have some work to do, still has a 5-second penalty on their time. So not only do they need to pass this car, they need to put a 5-second gap to it in order to maintain the position by the end of the race.
Looks like the guys have been driving long enough that we're starting to see groups forming back up together again. This might make the pit stops really interesting. You know, if you get lucky and you get released into like a nice stretch of open air, you can get 3 or 4 laps at least all to yourself.
This is the car that we saw dive into the pits behind the teammate we were following a little bit earlier in the other Mercedes. Back out onto the track on cold tires, right in front of some traffic. It
is so difficult to get these GT4 tires up to temperature compared to the GT3 ones. It's just the lack of tire blankets is so evident.
And especially with the ambient and track temperature rapidly dropping, falling off the face of the earth compared to where we started. It makes it even harder. You know, generally even on a warm track, which I mean 19C is still pretty warm, but on a hot track we'll say, it still takes a lap or two sometimes 3, depending on how long the track is, to get those tires back up to operating temperature. So with the track that's cooling off like this, Porsche is exploring the track limits there a little bit. Although I think that was lag because they're immediately back on the track. That was weird. BMW dives into the pits, McLaren just in front of it. Yeah, we got a lot of cars in the pits right now. Including that Camaro we were following just a little bit ago. Got another, that's the Camaro of Adam Thompson we're seeing making his way back out there. Near him or Ellen Zoe in the seat there.
I believe the 607 car, the Ginetta, has sent out Melon Pitch for his 3rd consecutive stint.
Ooh. Well, that's very interesting. Man, look at... Okay, I wanted to take a look at this Camaro specifically because I wanted to see how it looked when it got muddy. Man, does that look good.
That's the rusty one.
Yeah, that's the Apollo Rusting Club. With Josh
you know what? I agree with you. I think that's the best looking livery of the day.
Yeah, it definitely wins. Anybody in chat care to disagree with me?
And just for the sake of conversation, I might go ahead and change my answer to that Seattle Seahawks Porsche.
Ooh, okay.
That car was built just for me.
I don't disagree that it's a good looking car. It really is. Julian Henoch is going to be in the seat next as it leaves the pits there. And actually going to come out into some clean air, which is uncommon. McLaren comes out right behind him. Let's see. I don't know if this is for position, but we got something evolving here. It is, because that's the Maserati chasing down a slower McLaren, or Mercedes.
I don't think this will be much of a battle,
No,
knowing the Maserati's true pace, yeah.
But he's going to have the race leader behind him now. Unfortunately, not the way he wants the race leader behind him. There's still a 3 or 2 lap difference between the two of them.
Did we ever find out what happened to them?
We did not. So, I really don't have a good way of trying to find them. Let me see if they're in one of the comms channels here. Maybe I can DM one of them. Does not look like it. We're definitely going to be curious to see what happened to that team that caused them to spend such an extended period of time in the pits. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but yeah, it definitely had a pretty significant impact on the race. Melon pitched back in the pits.
Is it possible they forgot to driver swap?
Not sure. But an extra pit stop is a pretty significant time penalty. It's going to be about a lap's worth of time they're spending in there. Yeah, and they're still doing their thing. Not sure what happened there. Let's try not to spend too much time watching that. Just looking around the field right now for positional battles here.
As Melon Pitch heads back, he is still in the car.
Maybe forgot to gas it up enough? Or tires? I couldn't tell you. Manages to hang on to his position in 13th though for now, although we'll see what it looks like when the splits update. Now that he's left the pits, he's back on the track with other cars. Let's go ahead and take a look at the car. See how he's doing. Just crossed the sector line. Only managed to lose 2 positions. Not very bad considering. Wait, now it says A. Jones is in the car.
It just updated for me as soon as he crossed the sector line.
That's very bizarre. I don't think I've ever seen that happen, but A. Jones back in the car. Melon Pitch putting on a pretty astounding performance, hanging on to the car for as long as he did. Consecutive stints. Now with Anthony Jones back in the car, the alien of the team. See what he's able to do with a 15th position.
It's quite a tight group that's formed that we're watching right now.
Yeah, it really is. Let's get it out on the wider cameras. Yeah, we got a lot of cars on top of one another. Ooh, car number 91, Jay Blizzard, picks up a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. Unfortunate, costly mistake.
Looks like they'll lose about 2 positions from that one.
What the hell, I want to see all these cars. We're gonna go. Yeah. Kind of spaced out already, which is a little disappointing. There we go. There's the shot. Is this entire train for position? No, because they got second place in between and another BMW. So there's 2.
It's a whole bunch of people in there.
Yeah, it's a big mismatch.
There is 14th and 15th.
Yeah,
somewhere in that clump.
So AMG, who we have on stream, and then you can see Anthony Jones in the back there with 2 cars in between the two of them. Let's look at the lap times here. No, I guess Anthony hasn't put in a time that wasn't his out lap, so we don't have an accurate representation of his pace yet. We should see that here in just about a minute. "53 minutes remaining here at Imola. It has been quite the race so far. We've seen plenty of battles, lots of upsets. We've seen first go from 19th back up to 13th, and they're not done yet. All sorts of craziness going on here. Been an action-packed race so far, and it is only going to get more interesting. With these final 52 minutes, we see the temperature is dropping off significantly. And as our guest was explaining to us, and as we've kind of alluded to throughout the stream, this game is remarkably accurately simulated, and those degree shifts do affect tire pressure, and even a couple of tenths of a PSI in the wrong direction, you go from having an optimal car to one you got to fight with to get it around the track quickly. So it really does come down to who guessed the closest.
And without all the aero of a GT3 car, you really need all the grip you can get.
Melon pitch in the chat: wouldn't be an endurance race without making a mistake.
Classic.
Yeah, what happened there? Did was Jones just did his piss brake run a little long, or?
From what I've been seeing in the Discord, I think Anthony. I called it. I was gonna say it sounded like Anthony was having too much fun stewarding.
Yeah. Well, right now he's currently on the bumper of one of the faster cars, that Porsche of Ian Hall, who's currently in 5th place. Not scaring Anthony at all. To be fair, he forgot to remind me. You hate to see it. Oh, excuse me, that's not Ian Hall. Who's that? It's 213. So R. Sorkin, still positionally doing a little bit better than the Ginetta behind him. But Anthony doesn't take prisoners based on watching me, or I've seen him drive enough times to know that. So we're gonna watch this unfold, because this might get interesting. And I also don't see any other very close battles for positions. So, Chad, if you see any, let me know.
Okay.
This is going to be the sad part of the lap for the Ginetta. Unfortunately, he has to shift into 6th gear here, so that Porsche is going to get smaller and smaller for a little bit.
Yeah, it's looking like this is the closest battle on track so far.
Yeah, we're going to stick with it. Take a look from inside the car here. Yep, and we see driver sitting on the wrong side. So that's fun.
What do you mean? He's sitting on the right side of the car?
It's the incorrect side of the car there. Let's see if we get better on board. There we go. The leaderboard was blocking us off pretty bad there. He's going to try and make it over. Ooh, it's really close to that number 801 Aston Martin there, but does make the pass happen. Something takes no prisoners, said the commentator. Hard under the brakes into the hairpin. Misses the apex just a little bit, but that might give him a faster line up the hill, although it does look like that Porsche is continuing to get smaller here.
I appreciate how you put on the driver cam, the driver face cam.
Yeah. What is it? This one? Yeah, I did that on accident.
The ice in the veins cam.
Yeah, ice in the veins. All right, let's see what's going on. Let's get the leaderboard right now. So we just got A. Jones chasing down this Porsche. And I believe the McLaren he's trying to chase down is on the other side of it. Oh, the cameraman's confused. So there is... I'm just going to hop around cameras here, folks, for just a second. Yeah, so it is. So once Anthony gets around this Porsche out in front of him, then he will have his next the next car to pass is for position. So we're watching this unfold, although a little bit of a gap is forming to that Porsche. So we're going to have to maybe find something else to watch here, looking around the field. The 91 car has some company. Find them over here on the cameras. There we go. They've got a stop and go 30 that they need to go serve. I believe actually ABMS Hermes Racing. I saw a shout out from chat. If you're still watching, how you doing? Got Nass and Martin chasing him down. The driver's keeping it nice and clean, coming around the final corner. Cuts a little bit on the inside there, number 91 does. And is not able to get this power down in time to prevent the overtake, but he is going to put it into the pits and service stop and go 30. Get that out of the way. Finish out the race nice and strong. Looks like Joshua Kimball might have a little bit of company here. In the Apollo Rusting Club Camaro. I'm not sure if that is an no, it can't be an Alpine for position, but got an Alpine that's going to be looking to get around him. Not sure which one that is from up here. That is, I believe, Jay Atkinson in the number 22 Alpine. It is. Ooh, another Aston thinks that that's going to be his ticket to get around. The number 71, who is quite a bit far. Yeah, that's 7th place. Good call there, Josh. Now he's got another car behind him. That's going to be the Camaro of Tim Wilkins. In 26th position, 4 positions back. Camara's keeping it nice and tight here. Coming around the second series of S's. They're going to get real close to one another. Space it back out for the exit. Oh, Josh Kimball runs a little bit wide. That is going to allow the other Camaro to get around him. Now he's got Nate Tanner, the other Camaro on the field. Going to be chasing him down here.
He's going to have a big speed advantage. Let's see if he can capitalize off of it.
Cameraman was doing there.
He's doing his best.
He's trying his heart out. Nate Tanner, sure enough, is reeling in Joshua Kimball here in that the other Camaro. Does look like he might have a shot at the chicane here. We've got the good angle to watch it. The other Camaro out in front. Is he going to go for the late break dive on the chicane? He's not. Almost made collision there. Unfortunately, that inside line is going to cost him a little bit of time as we see the gap gets a bit bigger to that Camaro out in front. I mostly just want to watch the Chevys race here for a little bit, and then we'll find something else to watch. Go on, car system. Go on. Got the number 69 car, Tom. I believe is the one that's in the seat. Get a shout out from chat. How you doing? Yeah, very nice.
Tanner's closing up on Kimball.
Yes, he is.
Going up inside.
Yeah, I think.
And he pulls it off.
Yeah, I think Kimball really doesn't have a choice there. He needs to let that one happen. Although, ooh, he gets the better run going into the exit of that little series of corners there. And it's going to be a drag race to the next corner here. Looking on the inside, getting back on the outside. Is he going to try something here? It looked like he wanted to and decided better of it. And then they've got the Maserati, which is now in 10th place, up from 19th.
I'm not sure if they're just a proper alien or the splits are lying to us.
I think they're a proper alien. I mean, their last lap was a 150.5.
That is ridiculous.
Which is more than 2 seconds faster than everybody sitting in front of him right now. Yeah, there he goes. I still can't believe, I cannot believe how well that Maserati is doing for as long as it has.
Yeah.
Especially
Overtook
with the
from the
track
outside like it was
conditions.
nothing.
Yeah. Kev69, were you are you the other driver from the team? Or are you just rooting for your friends?
We have a drive-through from one of the Alpines, car number 101.
101 picks up the drive-through. He's going to be 5th place driver, F. Witzscat. Just a fan of some good racing. There's been plenty of it to see here. From start to finish, still 43 minutes left in this race, and it is not over yet. The Maserati team is just making this track look like it's nothing. Best personal laps out of a couple cars there. Number 735 posting a 151.8, and the number 3 car 151.7. Still continuing to improve on their lap times even with degrading track conditions.
Do you think we'll see a sub 50 tonight?
Common sense would suggest no. But also we have 3 teams right now that have posted 150s that I can see. With the Maserati, who we're following right now, not long ago posted a 150.1, being the closest to the 145 or 149 territory. The crazy thing about that, that is only a 1/10 slower than the qualifying pace of this driver in a race. But we're going to watch him pass another Camaro here. That is going to be Joshua Kimball. He's going to get around here. And is already around. Because alien things. You know, as you mentioned that, asking the question, are we going to see a 149? We just saw 2 more teams post personal bests in the 150 range. Ooh, number 607 picks up a drive-through for track limits. That's going to be the Ginetta of Anthony Jones.
I, for one, am not surprised.
Nor am I, but that is going to be an unfortunate mistake for the Ginetta team here. We'll see if he just chooses to serve it right away, and he does. Depending on his track positioning, that might just be the right call. Let's see, the next car, poor position, is coming around the last bend right now. So he will lose that position.
I think with a 2x time multiplier, the track could get cold enough that someone on low fuel, they can get the sub 50.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. So it looks like there's going to be a 4 position lost for the Ginetta team there. Definitely not what they were hoping for. They got some driving to do, a little bit of a race to recover here. Make that 5 positions as Nate Tanner is going to pass him in the pits too. It is going to be close though. That was the Camaro passing him right there. One more. That T Stocks in the Aston Martin right behind is going to be, Bekshi. And the number 25 Aston Martin is going to be the next one to compete with Anthony Jones.
We have another drive-through penalty for 23rd place, the number 91 Aston Martin, Mota Murray, the driver.
Yep. position, but that is not the case. Number 500 still quite a ways back from our Porsche here, from Peter Greaves, the sister car of the gentleman that we interviewed earlier. Even after serving a drive-through penalty, still hanging on to a top 10 finish if they can keep it for another 40 minutes. And let's go ahead and we're just going to take a real quick tour of our top 10 here. So we have Julien Henok in the number 7 Porsche. He's got Felix in the number 991 Camaro. We've seen very strong showing out of this car all day today. Consistently been gaining positions. Did not start in second and has worked their way up into second place. Has 38 minutes to hang on to it or potentially track down first place. They are on the same lap. Let's see, like, where are they on the track? Number 7. They're about a sector ahead, so not impossible, but not entirely likely without some pretty big mistakes out of the Porsche, but still first place potentially in reach. At third place, Joe Lecor, and an Alpine still blows my mind, but an Alpine currently sitting for a podium finish. Might be taking home the bronze. Got Ben Brown, one of the two owned cars out on the track today. Number 68 BMW putting on a strong performance. Currently sitting in 4th place. Does not look like their competition is anywhere close. The closest one, yeah. So for position is going to be Jay Atkinson, another one of the Alpines. OTL Racing in 5th place, 2 corners behind. So still quite not quite striking distance for 4th place, but could get there. And of course, right behind him, we actually do have a battle for 5th place here. Adel Dettori and the Aston Martin from Point Racing here, rocking the Italian flag at the Italian racetrack. Gotta love it. But we're gonna stall our tour of the top 10 here. We're gonna watch this, see if this gets exciting. We got neck battle for 5th place with 37.
I do like that
minutes
name,
to go.
Point Racing.
Yeah, I do too. Ooh, and they are it's going to be a little bit of a drag race into the hairpin, although, yeah, the Alpine positions himself just about perfectly, forces the Aston Martin out into the much slower outer line there. Well defended. We haven't been watching this long enough to know if there's a distinct advantage between these two drivers, but good defensive driving from the Alpine out in front. Ooh, number 91 picks up another drive-through for track limits.
We have a comment in the chat saying we might need to look out for a battle for P3.
6-7, oh, down to 3 seconds. Okay, yeah, we will definitely keep our eyes out for that. Thanks for the heads up there, D-Stack. By the way, both owned cars doing a phenomenal job today. Good showing.
A drive-through for causing a collision for car 102. The 25th place Aston Martin of Torrent.
Well, definitely appreciate the compliment there. It's honestly, the drivers are making our job real easy. All we do is set up a couple of things and organize. You guys are the real show here, and quite a show it's been. This entire 3.5 hours is, you know, Chad and I have been struggling to try and find what to watch because there's something to watch everywhere, as opposed to some other endurance races that I've driven in and that I've watched where it's just it's the opposite problem where you're looking for something to watch because there is nothing to watch. We got 35 minutes left in the race, and right now 5th place is undecided. That does not happen often. So honestly, hats off to all of the drivers. I'm sure I'll say it again before the end of the race when I do my sign off here. But really, the level of talent and the performance put on by everybody here has been top class.
I fully agree. All the drivers have made our lives quite easy tonight.
Still following this battle for 5th place. I am going to continue our tour down to the rest of the top tanks. I don't think well, we'll watch this chicane, see if anything silly happens here, but I think they're going to more or less stay in this position for a little bit. For as tight as it is, they are keeping it nice and consistent. And we can see it is starting to get real dark out there on the track. And we can actually see that from the driver's perspective here if we go there. You know, it may not look as bad, but it is starting to get dim. Those apexes are getting harder and harder to see, and really...
And Imola does not have very many lights.
No, it does not. It's very similar to Spa in that it's a very old track and is not well lit in a lot of places. And, you know, I was like I was saying, I was getting ready to go away from these two, but as I say that, we see Ada Del Torre right on the rear bumper of this Alpine out in front. It is going to be a drag race into the first corner. Let's see what they do here. He's got the outside line. I don't think that's going to be a good position for him to take an overtake, but he's going to try it on the outside. Now he's got the inside line on the S. They make a little bit of a contact there, and he bumps him wide. And that is going to be a position made for the Aston Martin. Alpine can't be happy about that, but is going to have some work to do if he's going to get that position back.
To me, that's just a bit of rubbing as racing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a racing incident to me. But he definitely has some work to do if he's going to get that position back as they charge up the hill into the fast left-hander.
I think the Alpine got the better exit there out of Tosa.
I would agree with that, but that Aston Martin really is making a good charge up that hill. Alpine didn't.
That turbocharged Mercedes engine.
Yeah. Ooh, Alpine kicks it a little bit wide. You can tell he's not happy about what just happened, so pushes it a little too hard and runs it wide. Actually ends up going a bit slower around there, but we'll see how he handles Aqua Minerale. And the Aston basically takes it perfectly.
That's going to be my favorite corner name, Aqua Minerale.
It's a good one.
Mineral water.
It's the only corner name I know of this track.
I know that one and Tosa.
Yeah, I don't even know. Which one's Tosa?
That's the little hairpin after the chicanes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I'm like 80% sure on that.
You're probably right.
We might have a nice battle for position for 13th place between Moniz and Stocks. And at the same time, that battle for P3, that gap was 3.5 seconds just a little bit ago. It's down to 1.5.
Yep. I think that's where we're going to be watching here for a little bit. And I'm on second place because I know what I'm doing. There we go. Yeah, they are getting close. Ben Brown there in the Onan Cam Sport BMW. You can see now just how dark it is by how much of the lights you can see on the tarmac there. 30 minutes left to go, an hour in game time. So it will be 10 o'clock here at Imola when these drivers are finishing the race. And this is what it all comes down to, because not only are all of these drivers going to be mentally fatigued at this point, the cars are at their wits' end. The tires are going to be worn, fuel tank's going to be getting empty, the driver's focus is going to start slipping, and it's the most important part of the entire race. The way I look at it is, you know, all of the time leading up to the last half hour was just warm up. This is what it all comes down to, is preparing for this part. And now we're going to see really what these drivers are made of when they are stretched to their limits at the end of a 4-hour race, and see if they are able to keep it going. Stock's closing in on 13th. Yeah, we saw that.
There's an on-track collision between Moniz and whoever's behind him, and I believe Anthony Jones has made up 2 positions as a result of that.
Excellent. Good for them. Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, we got the other Onid team is about to be in a pretty close race here. In fact, we've got a line of Aston Martins all doing their thing.
Wouldn't surprise me if this line has been the same line for the last 2.5 hours.
It has to have been, right?
I think they've lost to Aston Martin. There used to be 4.
So we've got Adel Torre, who's up in 5th place. And then, yeah, I think they just got staggered in the positions somewhere. There's a lot of Aston Martins, too. Yeah, hop back over to 3rd place here because it is getting closer and closer. Oh, one Aston Martin off the track there. That was not for position as far as I'm aware. He's going to allow the 3rd place Alpine to make a run for it. And you can see that BMW back there. That is going to be a position if he's able to close up on him. And we've seen that gap getting smaller and smaller as evidenced by chat and our timings board. And an update, the Maserati is back in the pits. It seems they have done a driver swap.
Such an unfortunate. Whatever happened to them, it's so unfortunate. Their first 2 stints were just unbelievable.
It just goes to show you really anything can happen when you're talking about a 4-hour race. It makes me wonder if they just kind of knew, hey, we're probably not going to finish where we want. Let's see if we can get fastest lap of the race, which they currently already have. So maybe we'll see that 149. Maybe we'll see it.
That BMW is just ridiculously fast on the straights.
I mean, there's nothing that Alpine can do about it either. And is that 5th place behind? No, it's not. I don't know what Aston Martin that is, but it's not for position behind him there.
I believe that is 27th place.
Okay. Still, 27th place. Good pace for trying to keep up with 4th place there.
Absolutely.
Might even overtake. Which, I mean, there's nothing to say you can't unlap yourself, but with 27 minutes left in the race, I don't know if I'd be trying it. Let's see, stocks.
Might need just a bit more time for that.
Yeah. Take a look here back at Thomas Stocks here. Chasing down Anthony Jones right now. I apologize, Chad. I'm going to be clicking around a lot right now because, like we were saying, we were having trouble knowing what to watch earlier. Well, we got 26 minutes left, and there's races going on everywhere right now. And I am not complaining about that. Let's see here. Anything else going on? 911 has some company. A little bit of a race going on back there. That's 2nd place behind them in that Camaro. Followed by the Porsche of, I think that's Peter Greaves in 9th place. Ooh, number 500 picks up a drive-through for track limits. That is the Maserati we were talking about earlier.
And what started out so well just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You hate to see it, folks, but that is racing. That is endurance races. You know, usually these races are an hour and a half, and that's unfortunately when you stretch that out to 4 hours, those mistakes you usually don't have enough time to make, all of a sudden really start piling up. And and what we're watching is the fastest car on the track lose positions. And they have further shaved down their lap time. It's now down to a 150.1. 911 in the pits serving their drive-through. Porsche of Anufriv, I believe is how that's pronounced. That's quite the last name. Let's see how Ben Brown's doing up here. We were watching him a little bit. He is closing the gap. Again, that's not for position. That Aston Martin behind. However, that Alpine out in front is. 25 minutes left in the race. He has that much time to make this overtake happen. And as we can see, that Alpine's doing a decent job of keeping him at arm's distance. Not quite allowing him to get close enough to make the overtake happen. However, that BMW straight line speed might be enough of an advantage to close up to where he's in striking distance for the rest of the lap. I don't think it'll be able to make it happen for turn one. but he is cinching it up. We can see that pack of 3 cars very tight together, less than a second between all 3 of them. As they go into the second, or that's the second S here. We're gonna see the hairpin here in just a little bit. BMW gets a little bit loose there under the throttle, but is able to rein it back in. See if he gets a good exit.
And that BMW just looks so huge compared to the little Alpine.
Yeah, it really does. And we can make it look even bigger too. There we go. You can see just how dark the track has gotten now. With that Own It Racing black BMW almost being invisible now, if not for the brake lights.
Maybe that's their secret tactic. Can't overtake if you can't see.
But that Alpine doing a very good job of keeping the BMW behind him. I don't know if that overtake is going to happen. It might take a miracle for the BMW, but he certainly can't stop pushing now. With 23 minutes left in the race, every second counts here. An update on A. Jones and T. Stocks. They've both moved up a position. A little bit of a stutter there from the server. Not sure what happened there. It looks like the race is still going, so that's good. Just like that. I mean, and this is kind of the story we've been seeing with these 2 cars. The BMW catches up in the straight, but the Alpine just has more speed than the rest of the track and is able to make those inches away over the course of the lap to where the BMW's speed in the straights just is not a factor. But still, these 3 cars all within, let's see, how much time is that? Like a half second of each other.
And that's what makes GT4 racing so good. Just at the end of a 4-hour race, it is still this close between the top 5.
Yep. And so much plays into it, too. Let's hop on board with the Alpine. I want to see just how dark the track is from their perspective. You really only can see what's in the headlights there. We'll see what the apex looks like up here. Thank goodness the braking markers are on the fence, because those will almost certainly be gone by now. But yeah, you can't see the apex with it rubbered in like that. It's just gone. So you're essentially relying on muscle memory at that point to get the car around, and you know they're not lifting. They're pushing it as hard as they can. And the race continues. Click around just for some of the closer gaps. That was an overtake on a back marker there out of the Alpine, I'm pretty sure. Unless that's R. Sorokin right behind him, it is not.
Check out 15 and 16. It's showing a gap of 1/10 of a second.
Oh, and they have, boom, a little bit of contact there.
Or 13 and 14, 3/10.
Yeah, it's things are getting tight right now. You know, usually we see the track completely spaced out, but you know we're looking at a whole bunch of packs right now. Yeah, he's chasing down T. Stocks in that Aston Martin right in front. And actually, oh, this is still going on. I saw the number get smaller, and I was like, oh, maybe we see an overtake here, but I don't think we're going to see it this lap because the Alpine, once again, gets a really good run up the hill. But that BMW is right behind him. And the paddle rage is on.
You know, I'm genuinely impressed with the Alpine car after seeing this race.
As am I. I want to know what their secret is. Aside from just not being human.
That might be most of it.
That is probably all of it. BMW getting impatient, looks up the outside there, knows there's not room for him to try anything, and is going to filter through frustratingly again, one at a time through that chicane. Gotta be
He's keeping it close, though.
He is keeping it very close. He really is just waiting for the mistake to be made by the Alpine out in front, if it ever comes.
Not even a mistake. You just got to keep it this close until you get to the main straight.
True.
No point trying to ruin a race going for a dive bomb at that chicane when you know you just have so much more engine power than pretty much any other car.
Alpine takes an interesting line through there, but it manages to push a little bit of a gap between him and the BMW behind.
I don't know if it'll be enough.
We will find out. The gap is getting smaller, although it is not going to be enough, I don't think. Unfortunate timing for that car leaving the pits right there. Definitely gave our race leaders here a little bit of a scare, but like we were, like you were saying, Alpine got a good exit there. We made just enough space in that second to last corner there that the BMW could not close up on him in the straight. And we're going to have another lap in this order, but you can see just how close he is getting anywhere where there's a straight. He's right on the rear bumper of that Alpine, making it look like it's easy for him to be there.
The track.
Yeah, as the that's the Apollo Rusting Club Camaro there joins back in onto the track.
You can tell the BMW wants the podium.
Wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
We can see just how close it's getting. I want to look at the other races in the track, but this is just too close, and there's so much at stake here. This is the battle for third place. This is the difference between a podium or not. You see those cars bottoming out. You can really see the sparks coming off the undercarriage now that the ambient light's gone. And look at just how much ground he's able to make at the exits of those corners. The BMW just cannot get the power down in time. That Alpine's so nimble. Oh, he's light. The BMW's flashing him. Oh, it's because there was a McLaren we couldn't see there. Go ahead and hop back to the TV cameras. Man, look at that pack of cars. BMW gets around relatively incident-free, so does the Aston Martin. Let's see if the BMW can make a lurch to get a little bit closer to maybe make something happen on the straight. I don't think it's going to happen,
Good
though.
exit from all three of the cars.
Yeah, phenomenally well handled by everybody involved there.
So there's a 5-second penalty for Tanner, 115. BMW is closing up. Closer, closer. He's going on the outside.
Early on the brakes, though. Is not able to make the pass happen. A little bit of a train is starting to form behind these guys.
It is not an easy track to overtake on.
No, Imola is one of the most
even
difficult
with
tracks
such
to
a big engine.
Oh, look at this though. He's trying on the inside. Hang on to it. Oh no, and there's contact. Disaster there for both cars. Third place spun around. BMW off the track in the sand.
As Del Dottori, I believe, is now our third place runner.
I believe so, but yeah, the Alpine now just getting back on the track. Massive incident between those two cars. Unfortunate for the Alpine and the BMW. Neither one of them gets a good exchange there. And it finally all comes apart as I click back over to Ben Brown. Makes a little bit of a touch with the Aston Martin there, the number 91 car. Which is currently in 23rd place. I'd be getting as far away from that BMW as I could if I were him. But yeah, now, wait, does it say, it says Ben Brown's in third. Didn't somebody else
in third?
Didn't somebody else pass him? I thought Ada
Let's
Tori.
a few sectors.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I thought it was that Aston Martin.
No,
was
that's the Aston
behind.
Martin 2 cars back right there of Alessio Del Dottori.
How did that happen?
I am so confused. Well, chat, like I was saying, 15 minutes left in this race, and we just saw a massive upset in the podium. We saw an incident between Ben Brown and, who was it, Jay Atkinson at the very last minute of the race. But now it is Ben Brown 3. And we now have 3 Alpines, all within a position of one another. And they are both the OTL racing cars right now, 5 and 6. The sister car is going to be chasing each other down for the finish here. 15 minutes left. And a massive upset in the final hour of the race. Certainly the stewards are going to be looking at that. We'll wait to see if any decisions are going to be made, because that will be race changing depending on the decision that's made.
And they only have 14 minutes to look at the evidence and decide.
Yeah, yeah. And based on what we saw, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Unless I was looking at the replay. Man, I'm glad it's not my job to determine what happened there, because that's going to be a big decision that the stewards are going to have to make. Take a look at our race leader right here. That's going to be the Porsche of Julian Hanot. Or is it Hanot? I couldn't tell you. Usually AUT is silent. It's weird.
I would agree, but the German flag is throwing me off.
Yeah. Yep. Again, sorry, stupid Americans can't pronounce things. But it looks like he's going to have a pretty undisputed first place finish right now. There's quite a bit of distance between him and second place. So all he's got to do is keep his nose out of trouble. Yeah, it's going to be a very strong finish for the Porsche. A well-fought finish. Ooh, we got somebody spun around there. Just a couple of corners back. Who was it? Oh, I don't know what car it was, but somebody gets spun around.
It was the
chicane.
Alpine that was in 6th place. I think it's Atkinson, the same one who got hit.
Oh, no, it was. That's the right part of the track, too. And disaster strikes the OTL Racing sister car. Jonathan Atkinson from 3rd down to 6th, as it looks like. Unless, no, it is going to be 6th. Does hang on to it. That Alpine back there for Silver Racing Team, able to keep enough distance there. Based on the report that just came in, it looks like it was a dispute between the number 500 Maserati and that car of Jay Atkinson. Well, let's get ourselves back in the action. We're going to watch our race leader here. There's a lot of cars. There's a lot going on here. Oh, my goodness. I don't think any of these are for position. There's a lot of cars in the same space of the track, with our race leader trying to get back ahead of that McLaren. Right now, every second he spends behind lap traffic, second place is going to be closing in on him, because second place basically has open air right now to push as hard as they can. Every 10th of a second counts right now with just 12.5 minutes left in this race. And I'm looking around right now for any battles for position. I actually think I just found one between the number 69 car of Thomas Stocks and number 25 of S. Bakshi. I believe that's it. Let's see. Yeah, that is going to be these two racing for 13th place. I'm going to keep looking around the field to see if there are any other battles for position. Not a lot of time left for any of these drivers to make big changes to the lineup unless there are any more incidents like we saw. Certainly don't want to see them, but they do happen.
It was such a great battle and chase, too, before that.
They were neck and neck. They had the same pace everywhere, where the BMW just did not have the room to try and take advantage of its top line speed. That Alpine was just doing too good of a job. Really, really remarkable driving out of both of them.
Absolutely agreed. What do you think of this battle for 13th place? Same car, only 10 minutes to go. You think that Bakshi can pull it off?
I don't know. We haven't been watching this battle long enough to know how it's trending. But just over this last lap, they've more or less maintained the same gap to each other. With 10 minutes left in the race, not a lot of time, just 5 laps for these cars to really make anything happen. And I could not tell you what direction that it is going to go in. But it is going to be these two cars battling it out for 13th place. Looking around the field, I don't see any other close battles for position. Feel free to correct me on that there, Chad. But right now, I think it's going to be these two, and it's going to be a drag race actually down into the first corner. I don't know when that happened, but the Aston Martin behind just got an incredible exit there. And just as I was saying, I'm not sure what's going to happen. We see number 25 overtake number 69, and that is going to be a position change for Bakshi in the final hour with 10 minutes left in the race, and there are still overtakes happening. And that is going to be now number 25 in 13th position, and now the Onid driver is going to have to fight to get that position back with less than 10 minutes left in the race. Anything can happen, folks. There's 4 hours in a race,
Absolutely,
only 10 minutes
it's like-
left, and we're seeing just race position changing races here happen in the final hour.
It almost feels like we're only 10 minutes into the race, not 10 minutes left.
Honestly, though, with the way the drivers are driving and the way these positions are changing at the very last minute here. But Thomas Stocks not giving the position up easy. He is hanging on to the back of the other Aston Martin, not letting that gap get too big. We'll see if he's able to keep that up for the remainder of the 8 minutes. Maybe overtake and get that position back. But anything can happen. Anything can happen. I'm going to keep saying it because it keeps happening. Let's see, I'm looking at the number 87 car. A little bit of a train forming there. Let's see if that's consequential at all.
There is the potential we could see something between P3 and P4. There's about a 2-second gap, but 8 minutes to go.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, we tab over to 5th place to watch him get tagged in the rear by, I think, is that the other? That's not another Alpine, is it? No, it's not. Who
I
is
think
that?
it's Maserati.
It's the Maserati, yeah. It's so dark, it's hard to tell at this point. I can't read the number on the side of the car. The Maserati team certainly has every right to be impatient, but with just 7 minutes left in the race, you got to wonder if it's worth little incidents like that could easily cause a race-ending spin. We'll see what happens here. Oh, goes for the dive bomb into turn 1. Yeah, the Alpine's flashing his lights at him. I think has every right to it because that was a very aggressive overtake there from the Maserati team. We'll see if he is able to hang on to it for very long, but
That is the move of a top team stuck in P17 with
Yeah.
nothing to lose.
true that. Ultimately ends up being inconsequential, but certainly scary for the Alpine.
So
Yep.
flashes come out once more.
Peter Greaves, I saw a car closely behind him. I don't think it's for position, though. No, it is not. That is going to be the car of the team we were interviewing earlier. I forget the name of his teammate now.
Ian something. Ian Hall?
No. The Mercedes behind him.
No, the Mercedes.
Is it our Brown?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Ryan Brown.
Our
That's right.
Brown's teammate.
So yeah, those are two sister cars racing with one another right now, although it looks like the car out in front's a little bit quicker. The car in the pits, or is that? No, that's somebody who left real early on and is just glitched in the standings. And as we can see, 5 minutes left in the race, and it is pitch black here at Imola. We're going to go look at our race leader right now. Not a whole lot going on for them. They are really just looking to finish this race in the position they're in. Definitely hard fought. Oh, they were passing somebody in the pits. The timing was weird there. But I'm looking for any battle for position right now, Chad. So if you see any, let me know.
I'm on it. 13 and 14 looks to be the closest.
Yeah, and it looks like 3rd and 4th are the other one that are doing anything. But yeah, let's watch 13, 14. We've got Aston Martin and Aston Martin racing it out 25 and 69. Gonna race this to the finish.
Into the final 5 minutes of the race.
Ooh, big yellow flag over in the chicane. Two cars stopped on the track, it looks like. between Tim Wilkins just getting the car going back around and the other car, I couldn't tell you. The last number is 5.
I think it was Nate Tanner in the 115 Camaro.
Bad part of the race for that to be happening in, but let's take a look at 13th again. We're going to watch these two cars probably to the finish. We'll tab over to watch our race leader finish the race when we hear the white flag get waved. But let's take a look. Let's hop on board with Thomas Stocks here. And you can see just how little this driver is able to see right now. Literally all you can see is the car in front and the shadow that's getting cast on the wall. It's a little loose there coming around the hairpin, but still keeping that Aston in striking distance, although it does look like the car in front got a little bit better of an exit there. See what happens coming around fast blind left-hander. Really, truly, you cannot see anything. Aqua Minerale is going to be terrifying. Aston we're watching goes a little bit wide there, does Thomas Stocks.
If it wasn't for the car ahead, you wouldn't even be able to see the apex.
True, I mean, right there, it is blind. Runs a little bit wide there. I think it's going to be a little bit outside track, and let's see if he picks up the warning for it.
I think he may have lost just enough time to get away with it, with no time gained. There are a lot of places to get track warnings here.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest ones. There's a couple that are worse, like at Spa you can get the double. There's a couple of other. At Zolder you can pick up the double in a single corner. Suzuka as well, yeah. I don't think there are any double penalties you can pick up here, but there's so many other places to pick them up, especially like I was saying in the GT4s where the line is so dependent on cutting those corners as closely as you can without picking up the penalty. It really does take all of your attention, and with just 2.5 minutes left in this race, maybe 2 laps left for these drivers, everything is on the line for these two.
Looks like we have our first place Porsche about to lap the 4th place Aston Martin of Del Datori.
I see that. Ben Brown, the BMW we were watching from earlier, is going to pick up a 10-second penalty for the collision caused earlier. I think that's fair.
Wow.
But
so I think as of right now, Del Datori takes the final podium spot.
He does take 3rd place unless Ben Brown's able to make an 8-second gap here in less than 2 minutes.
In 1 lap. Just stop by the pits, switch into a GT3 car.
So that is going to be, I think, a podium finish for Alessio Del Datori by penalty. But let's hop back over to 13th place because that battle is not over yet. These two still duking it out. And folks, I know it's dark and we can't really see very much, but that is just how dark it's gotten here at Imola. And I think these two cars are more or less going to finish in this order, where I'm watching to see where the race leader is, because he is going to finish the race in 1st place, I think uncontested. And it really is insane to watch, these two cars that are identical with 2 drivers that have nearly identical pace keep it so close for as long as they have. 35 seconds left on the timer. Let's see where our race leader is at.
Looks like he's about to lap 3rd place.
About to lap 3rd place. There is going to be 1 more lap in this race. Wait for the call out. We should see the leader is on the final lap call here. There we go. So this is going to be the final lap of the race. We're going to tab back over to 13th place so we can watch this battle, although it has turned into less of a battle as a bit of a gap is formed between these two cars. Must have been a rough couple of turns for the Onid Racing Aston Martin behind. Although he cinches it right back up on the exit there, gets a phenomenal exit up the hill. And he's going to come around the fast left-hander. Let's see who carries more speed going around the corner. It does look like the Onid Aston Martin behind does, as he gets from a little bit back to right on the bumper coming into Aqua Minerale. See if he gets the exit. Might have the charge on him. It looks like he's going to. Let's hop on the helicam so we can watch just how close this is. It's going to be a drag race into the second chicane here. And he's going to have the inside line. He has no choice but to go for it, and he does. And forces the other Aston Martin into a compromised line, and he does make the overtake happen with no time left on the clock and only 2 corners left on the track. We see the Owned Racing car take the position, and I don't know where my camera just went, but come on, give me to the right guy. Thomas Stocks, there we go. Makes the overtake in the 11th hour of the race, and he is going to finish in 14th place, as the checkered flag should wave for him. Or does he have to do another lap? He might have to do another lap.
You have to do another lap.
So it's not over yet, folks. Yeah, there is no checkered flag for these cars. So they're going to do another lap in this order, although the gap to Bakshi has gotten quite sizable. We'll see if anything happens.
He had a very rough exit off that final chicane. I think it's just too much time lost there.
But we are going to watch our race leader finish the race here. And that is going to be Julian Heno for the Virtual Drivers by TX3 Porsche. Finished this race in first place, and sure enough is celebrating. Well-deserved finish there. And then we're going to have a whole lot of people wave it. Let's see, it's Alessio Del Dottore there, finishing in, it looks like 4th place, but will be a provisional 3rd place after we see where Ben Brown crosses the start-finish line, who is still serving another lap, which is interesting.
I don't think he actually got lapped by P1. He crossed the line the second before the race ended.
Okay, so he's still got some driving to do, it looks like. But way too many people crossing the start-finish line for me to try and keep track of right now. So we're just going to have to watch the leaderboard over there. So it looks like Jay Hano is 1st place. 2nd place Camaro right there. We see the fireworks going. And you know, we're gonna do a little custom camera stuff here and try and put ourselves over on the start-finish line here. Let's do that. And sorry about the motion sickness, folks, but I want to see the start-finish line. And here we are. And we're just gonna watch some folks finish the race here.
Much people are crashing into each other in celebration.
Yeah. And that is going to be the end of our 4-hour race at Imola. And our top 3 is going to be Jen Hano, wow, that's a last name, in the Camaro. Number 68 car right now is going to be in 3rd place, although we do predict that is going to be overturned after the race with a 10-second penalty. So A. Del Dottore in 4th place, potentially. Jay LaCora in the number 21 Alpine, followed by Jay Atkinson in the 22 Alpine. Those are sister cars there. F. Witzgak in the other Alpine, the number 101 Alpine, and that's going to be, you know, where my commentation ends, because it's not going to let me do the thing, because the leaderboard changes as soon as everybody leaves.
I think Brown holds on to 3rd place because he did an additional lap.
He did, yeah. He finishes the additional lap and hangs on to 3rd place. Wow, that's unexpected. That is very unexpected. And now we're going to be looking at pit camera, but that is going to do it for our broadcast of the 4 Hours of Imola, put on by Apollo Racing Club. We'd like to thank everybody who joined us from start to finish. If you made it, you're insane. But a very exciting race from start to finish. I want to say thank you to all of the teams, all of the drivers, to those who helped on stewarding to keep everything relatively civil between everybody. Thank you to Apollo Racing Club and their staff for putting on the organization. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't thank them for allowing me to host the stream today. And thank you, Chad, for joining me in the commentary booth.
Absolutely.
Certainly saved me having to try and keep track of everything that was going on, because there was certainly way too much for one person to keep track of. I want to say a final thank you to our partners at Driver 61, SimGrid, and GridFinder Works. Thank you so much for making all of this possible, for partnering with Apollo Racing Club and making our job a whole lot easier trying to get people into these races. Again, all of those fantastic resources for either finding education from people who know much better than we do, or finding leagues who are, we're advertised on SimGrid as well as GridFinder, as are some of the other folks who are coming from other teams. That's how we all got together. So thank you to our partners for making this all possible. And one final sign off from me to the viewers. Thank you so much for joining us for 4 hours at Imola with Apollo Racing Club. couldn't make this happen without all of you being excited and making it fun for us too. But that is going to do it. One final thank you, and we will catch
Thank you.
for the next race whenever